conference that they have been allotted 25 minutes for their presentation. I humbly request them, please stick to the point, stick to the time for the presentation so that we can convene oral and poster presentation. I would like to go through the resource persons are going to address. First, Professor Dr. Vishwas Sembekar sir, ex-head Department of Zoology, Rajeshri Shahu Mahavidyalaya Latur, is going to address. Immediately, it is followed by the Dr. Sandeep Arya sir, who is fellow
Global Environment and Social Association, New Delhi, and ex-head Institute of Environment and Development Studies, Budapest University, Rasi. Then later on,
माझं ओपन करा ना तिथं.
another resource person, Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar Panipati, Professor Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Capital.
Then later on, it is followed by Sri Abhay Deshpande sir, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Fishery, Pune, Government of Maharashtra. May I request all these resource persons that they should be ready. Yesterday, it was some technical issue due to the disconnect of internet facility. That lecture was not organized on the time. In advance, may I request all the resource person to be in the process of presentation. Again, I request all the resource persons, participants, and delegates for this international events. Without taking any time, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Vishwas Sembekar sir, ex-head Department of Zoology, Rajeshri Shahu Mahavidyalaya Latur. Is it he joined? Is Professor Vishwas Sembekar sir is joined?
Sir, Vishwas sir is not joined.
Okay. Uh, shall I change the schedule little bit, sir? By the kind permission of the convener, I would like to Dr. Sandeep Arya sir, are you joined, sir? Naveen sir.
No,
Sandeep
sir.
Arya.
Sandeep sir is not been joined.
Okay. Tell me, Professor Dinya K. Chakravarti madam is joined?
No, sir.
Okay. I think most of the resource person are not joined yet. So it's okay. Yeah. Is it joined the Vinay Chakravarti, sir? Vinay Chakravarti madam is joined?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Abhay Deshpande, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Um, I would like to convey the message for the convener. Please have a contact to the resource person so that we can start this session. Shall we wait for joining the participants and resource person?
Yeah, sir. We can wait for 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Naveen sir, hello. Naveen sir, is Naveen sir joined? Hello,
Uh,
Naveen sir, have
sir,
you
one
sent
minute,
the?
1 minute. I'm
Okay,
talking to.
okay.
Ji. Yes, sir. Suresh, sir.
Sir, have you sent all the IDs and password to the?
Yes, yes, yes. I have emailed all the IDs and passwords.
Oh, have you changed the meeting ID today?
Yes, yes. I means
That's
one
why.
mail sent to everyone.
Ah,
That's why like 52 out of them has been joined.
that is the main issue. Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. We will wait for them.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Hello, hello,
Hello.
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 Uh, sir, there is waiting for. Hello.
झालं.
Hello, Suresh sir.
Ah, yes, now I'm
Sandeep sir is with us now. For the time being, we can have him.
okay, okay, okay.
Yeah.
But I will start. Good afternoon once again to all the participants, resource persons, and delegates for the International Web Conference on Recent Advantage in Freshwater Aquaculture, organized by Department of Zoology, Sundarrao Solanke Mahavidyalay, Mazalgaon, in collaboration with Nepal Aquaculture Society, Kathmandu, Nepal, Asian Biological Research Foundation, Prayag from UP, Local Environment and Social Association, New Delhi. I welcome you all. Now, we have near about 5 resource person who is going to address all the participants. May I request all the resource persons that you have allotted 25 minutes time as the direction given by the convener of this seminar. I request all the resource persons to stick to the time schedule so that everyone gets the chance. With this, I would like to call upon, sorry, I have to take the permission of the convener. Convener, sorry for the delay.
नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम आ रही है.
Sir, if you are facing network issue, then kindly switch off your video and only go with the voice.
नेटवर्क सही आ रहा है आपके? इथं बस.
I would like to beg your pardon for all the participants for the delay due to the internet connectivity. I am not able to communicate with you on my PC. Now, all the most of the participants and resource persons are joined this conference. Now, directly, I would like to request Dr. Sandeep Arya sir to enlighten all the participants of this conference. Dr. Sandeep Arya, Fellow, Local Environment and Social Association, New Delhi. I request him to address the participant. Over to Sandeep Arya, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am audible. Hello. Hello. Hello.
सर इथं होत पुन्हा इथं ओपन ऍक्टिव्ह राजकुमार डायरेक्ट म्हणायला येते. इथं सारखं या
Dr. Sandeep
Hello.
Arya, sir. Hello. Hello. There, there is the problem for mute and unmute situation. Now, I listen, Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir, that may I request him again to present Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir. May I request Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir, to have the intellectual feast for the participant.
Hello.
Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir. May I audible, sir?
Yes, audible.
Naveen, sir, please try to Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir.
Dr. Sandeep, you are audible. You can share your screen if you want. You are co-host as well.
आप इससे कनेक्ट कर सकते हो, जल्दी कीजिए। जूम पे
आता मला अनम्यूट करूच नका सर. I think Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir, has some issues.
Dr. Sandeep.
Order of n square. So we can understand.
I think he might have faced the internet connectivity problem.
सर यहाँ पे नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तो मैं दोबारा से फिर एक बार जुड़ने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। हेलो, हाँ, थोड़ा सा मैं दोबारा से एक बार आप करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। ठीक है डॉक्टर साहब? ओके। हाँ, अभी दोबारा।
म्यूट केलं तर डबल. May I share with you, Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir, might have faced some issues related to internet facility. It is necessary to wait for him. Now he is appeared on the screen. Unmute करो. Dr. Sandeep Arya sir, unmute yourself. Dr. Sandeep Arya sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, sir. Go
Hello.
ahead. Hi, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
yes, sir. You are audible.
Dr. Sahab, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Yes.
Dr. Sahab, I may interact with you by the phone. So can you run my PPT by you, which you have?
Naveen sir.
Naveen sir.
May I request the convener, if you have the PPT of Dr. Sandeep Arya sir, please share on the screen. Right. Dr. Sandeep Arya sir. Dr. Sandeep Arya sir, your PPT is on the screen. Am I audible? Naveen sir.
Sandeep sir has been lost his voice connection, audio connection, so there is some issues again from his side.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes if we can say the random means randomness. So randomness is always, probability is always associated with randomness because there is no
हे बघा शेंडेकर सर आहेत आता. त्याच्यानंतर कोण पण असत, विनय चक्रवर्ती सर आहे, आले. ठीक आहे. या दोघांना बोलू का? पाणीग्रही नाही ना अजून? ठीक आहे, त्यांचा आवाज. Naveen sir. Hello. Dr. Arya sir is not.
the graph
Okay,
is
okay.
evolving.
ठीक है सर, ठीक है. Okay.
Suppose you have friends
Okay सर.
in the Facebook,
हाँ सर, बताएं.
right? If you
Hello.
take the example,
Now he is audible.
depend on the
Okay.
use, so graph.
No, actually, Sandeep sir has actually there is
some.
some serious internet connection, so he is unable to do right now. He's trying
Okay.
to connect once again, so we can wait for 2-3 minutes.
Okay. Otherwise, we can call upon another resource person.
Yeah.
Online social network is
No, I think he is presenting, but still we are not able to listen.
changed the
No, he is again online and now he is unmuting
our
himself.
society. Biological network is also possible. Having the random graph neurons, this graph of the neurons is also we can simulate their behavior with the random graph.
Dr. Sandeep, you are unmuted and you can now present.
Dr. Sandeep
Okay.
Arya, sir.
Okay.
You may present your. You start your presentation, sir.
Directly, without any formalities, there are a lot of time has been wasted due to the problem of the internet. So I will talk on the biodiversity and so I will talk about the biodiversity. So what is basically is the biodiversity. So biodiversity means life and diversity means a variety. So we can say a variety of the life, living organisms, various kind of the living organism are present on the earth. So the biodiversity was first coined by the scientist, that is the Walter G. Rosen, in 1985, or generally we can say this is the variety and variability of the life forms on the earth. So we can say, in another words, it's a genetic, species and ecological variety. So the biodiversity basically a species richness in order to the plants, animals, microorganisms interacting in a various kind of the system in particular habitat. So according to the International Union of Conservation and Nature and United Nations environmental programs, we can say this is totality of the genes, species and ecosystem in a region. So next slide, please. Biodiversity may be defined according to the Convention of the Biological Diversity, which has been held in Rio de Janeiro, that is in the Brazil. Uh, a lot of countries, that is the 554 countries, the biodiversity is defined as it is variability among the living organism from all the sources, whether it is terrestrial, they may be the marine, they may be the aquatic organisms and other ecological complexes, variation of diversity between species to the ecosystem level. So next slide. So we have to take, now the question arises that why the biodiversity is important. If you talk about everybody, every organisms, whatever he lives on the earth, this is the ecosystem which is a part of the web of the life. So every organisms, they interact to each other. It, you can say a different kind of the species, you can say in any organisms situated on these planets, and they are dependent on the food, shelter, oxygen and soil. So there are some natural medicinal plants, because a lot of medicinal plants are required because of the biodiversity. You can say penicillium, bacterium, tetracyclines, quinine. This all of the organic, all of the medicinal plants, the original source are the, you can say, plants or flora. So if you talk to understand the levels of the biodiversity, we can be understand there are the three types. Species biodiversity, we can talk species biodiversity, which means the variety of the different species of the living organisms. That is the plants, that may be the animals in a given particular area. So genetical diversity, second, is also that, you know, every organisms is a different from other organism. If you talk about the humans, some you can say facial structure is different from the another, eyes colors are different from the another. So what is actually this? This is basically due to the gene structure. Then a level of the biodiversity on a ecosystem diversity. So ecosystem diversity is defined as a various kind of the aggregations of the habitats, community types, abiotic environment from semi-arid to desert, aquatic wetlands and other systems. So we can say ecological diversity is the richness and complexity of the biological community. So can you have some idea about the Indian biodiversity? We have a 102161 species represented 6.5% of the global fauna. Majority are 9180 species, 681 vertebrates, 3545 species are single protozoans. So basically, this is the sketch of the biodiversity profile of the India. We are, as Indians, we have a rich heritage of the biodiversity. And India comes after the 12 mega diverse countries after Mexico, Brazil, Peru, Ecuador, Zaire, Madagascar, Indonesia, China, and Australia. So approximately 2.4% of the world area, 7 to 8% world recorded plants and animal species has been recorded. So we have a 10 geographical zones if you talk about the India from all over the, you can say, a country. We comes 4 out of the 34 global biodiversity hotspots. Now the question arises, what are the hotspots? The hotspots are the areas or the places where a more biodiversity is there, or more, where they can indicate the high degree of endemism species. So about 5150 plant species, 1837 animal species are endemic to India, while and Indian biodiversity, we occasionally study as these are the wild relatives of the agricultural globe as well as the domestic animals. So among us, existing biota, 9130 species of the animal and 71 world flora are documented in the 10 biogeographical zones. Now, if you talk about what is the value of the biodiversity, biodiversity is very, very important because we are dependent on the food, we are dependent upon the medicines, domestical elegance, biological resources. If you talk about the medicines, mostly 90 species of the plants used in the medicines, a lot of another species are also, you can say, microbial, antiviral, cardioactive, and neurophysiological substances are derived from the marine flora. And food also act as the biological resources because firewood, several industrial products, these are comes under the biological resources. बायोडाइवर्सिटीज की बेनिफिट्स के बारे में अगर हम बात करते हैं तो इकोलॉजिकल सर्विसेज है क्या? You all of you know that million of the peoples they enjoy the hunting. कुछ लोग फिशिंग के लिए जाते हैं, कुछ कैंपेन के लिए जाते हैं. They go for the wildlife watchings. And what are all these? These are actually outdoor activities which are based on the nature. And these activities always keep a person healthy to providing a contact with the nature. So balance of the nature, biodiversity, productivity, cleaning of the cycling of the material, these are some benefits of the biodiversity. These are specific zones of the biogeographical zones of the India. Now next slide is threats of the biodiversity. Please come next slide. Now what are the threats of the biodiversity? तो बेसिकली आवर नेचुरल वर्ल्ड्स, जिसको हम नेचुरल वर्ल्ड की बारे में जो बात करते हैं, जो प्रकृति ने हमें, नेचर ने हमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी जो बख्शी है, जो फ्लोरा और फोना जो which has been provided, 11046 species of the plants and animals are facing high risk of threats due to pressure of the environmental change. So these are some a very known 1.7 million species representing total number of the that's which are threatened species by the taxonomics. Now, what are the threats of the biodiversity? Basically, I am talking on the anthropogenic causes, means man-made causing. If you talk about the hunting, have you seen some old movies like Hathi Mere Sathi and Teri Mehrbaniya, which the story revolves around all the hunting animals, and they are trading, they are just trade their flesh to one country to the another country by just earning of the money. So exploitation of the natural resources is one of the another threats of the biodiversity, and habitat loss and destruction. This is very important point. You know, what we have done, we have basically destroyed the jungles, we have basically destroyed the forest, and ultimately the bats virus, you know, the people of the Chinas, they just destroy the habitat of the bats, and ultimately this virus, coronavirus, they have you can say find a new host, and we are looking that human beings, they acting as yours, or this is a pandemic disease in all over the world. So global warming and climate change, this is some peaks of the what are the impact of the climate change, rising of the sea levels, you can say peaks of heavy rain fall across the globe, then extreme droughts, बहुत सी जगह पे सूखा हो जाता है, तो ये भी क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस की ही एक इम्पोर्टेंट एक फलसफा है। अगर अब हम बात करते हैं, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो बात आती है कि बायोडाइवर्सिटीज को कंजर्वेशन कैसे करना है, हमें बायोडाइवर्सिटीज को हमने प्रोटेक्ट कैसे करना है। तो कंजर्वेशन बायोडाइवर्सिटीज को बात करने के लिए हम लोग करेंगे लेवल्स ऑफ द एक्शंस, जैसे ग्लोबल लोकल जो गीसा जो हमारे बात करते हैं कि आप एक्ट लोकली कीजिए और थॉट कीजिए आप ग्लोबली। तो ये जो धारणा है, ये बिल्कुल सही बात है कि हाउ वी कैन कंट्रोल द फॉरेस्ट फायर। If you talk about the Amazon forests near out the Brazil, which are known as the 40% of oxygen providing forests to all over the world, जंगल की जो आग है वहां कितना ज्यादा लॉस हो गया है, we have to be think about this. So we have to immediate stop use slash and burn crop waste. पंजाब हरियाणा में बहुत से ऐसे पार्ट हैं किसान जो हम पराली जला देते हैं, and by burning of these kind of the waste, how the particulate matter and ultimately different kind of the gases going into the atmosphere or ultimately polluting the atmosphere. Use the clean energy, that fuel woods, burning of the dead body. Now इंटरनेशनल लेवल्स पे हमने क्या क्या स्टेप्स उठाए हैं बायोडाइवर्सिटीज को कंजर्व करने के लिए, और नेशनल लेवल्स पे क्या क्या एफर्ट्स बनाए हैं, तो वो एक सोचने की बात है। सो फर्स्ट ग्लोबल इन्वायरमेंटल फैसिलिटीज की बात हुई थी वर्ल्ड बैंक के थ्रू, यूनाइटेड नेशन डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम एंड यूनाइटेड नेशन इन्वायरमेंटल प्रोग्राम, they have established a green environmental facilities in 1980 to finance the fund to conserve the biodiversity. Next steps we have taken on the international level, that is the international biodiversity strategical programs. As such kind of the programs, they have been made more than the 80 government and non-government organizations under the umbrella of the World Conservation Union, United Nations environmental programs. What they have done, they have make a program to stop such kind of the biodiversity where the biodiversity is going to be threat in particular kind of the country, and we have to check what are the benefits to the human needs for sustainability and equitability. The third major, so more than 100 nations, they join their hand as a international talk, is the Earth Summit in Brazil under the UNEP, to that कि उन देशों की एक लिस्ट हमने बनानी है जहां पे बायोडाइवर्सिटी की कंजर्वेशन करने की जरूरत है, और जहां पे ऐसे हेरिटेज समाप्त हो चुके हैं, और हमने उनको प्रायोरिटी बेस पे कैसे हमने उसको कंजर्व करना है, कैसे हमने उसको प्रोटेक्ट करना है, और कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी को ट्रांसफर करना है फ्रॉम द डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज टू डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज से। और एक उभर कर एक स्टेप्स ये आया था कि एजेंडा 21। तो एजेंडा 21 ऑलवेज आल्सो प्रोवाइड ए प्लान फॉर एक्शन ऑफ नंबर ऑफ एन इश्यू, जिसमें बायोडाइवर्सिटी की भी एक बात कही गई थी। International territories, if you talk about the conservation approach, how we can control the biodiversities, then these are the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. It has been prepared in 1973. Then this organization, they have implemented such kind of the law that they can be banned on the international trades to all over the world for transport to the body parts of the endangered organisms. And last is CBD, means Convention on Biological Diversity, which has been signed by 1992 to conserve the biodiversity, taki how we can use its sustainability for, so that we can distribute the all over the financial money for the benefits to conservation of the biodiversity, so those country which is really needed to conserve the biodiversity. Then third task is Convention on Conservation of Migratory Species. You have been observed that there are a lot of migratory species which are coming from the Siberia, bypassing a lot of the countries, a lot of cities, and comes in the India in our Bharatpur sanctuaries. तो ऐसे बहुत सी माइग्रेटरी स्पीसीज को, वेदर ये टू अगर हम टेरेस्ट्रियल की बात करते हैं या फिर मेराइन की बात करते हैं या फिर एवियन माइग्रेटरी स्पीसीज की बात करते हैं, तो इसको कंजर्व करने के लिए, खास करके माइग्रेटरी स्पीसीज को कंजर्व करने के लिए हमने इस कन्वेंशन को प्रिपेयर किया था एट ए इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे. देन फोर्थ, one international territory has been happened on the plant genetic resources for a food and agriculture. So what was the basic objective of that territory? The basic motive of that territory was how we can conserve and how we can use, especially sustainable use of the plant genetical resources for our food, agriculture, their fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of their use, harmony with the CBT for sustainable agriculture and food security. Now, one of the most important is convention is Ramsar Convention on the Wetlands. Next slide, please. Ramsar Convention of the Wetlands. Ramsar, this is basically a name of the Iranian city where all the academicians, all the environmentalists, biologists, or other scientists, they get together to discuss that how we can provide the framework for the national action, as well as on the basis of international cooperation for how we can conserve and how we can conserve the wetlands and their resources. So they cover all aspects of the wetland conservation. और वहां पे बेसिकली एक ऐसी लिस्ट तैयार की गई ऑल ओवर द कंट्री में, ये एक टास्क दिया गया कि हम ऐसे वेटलैंड्स को रिकॉग्नाइज करें जिनको एक्चुअली रियली कंजर्व करने की जरूरत है. जैसे हमारे इंडिया में बहुत सी वेटलैंड्स हैं, बहुत से और इंटरनेशनल एक वेटलैंड्स हैं, बहुत से दूसरे देशों में हैं. तो हाउ वी कैन कंट्रोल, हाउ वी कैन रिकॉग्नाइज इट, and then how we can provide the fund to maintaining such kind of the wetlands. So next is World Heritage Convention. The basic primary mission of the World Heritage Convention was that how we can identify, how we can conserve the world's cultural and natural heritage. Then next is International Plant Protection Convention, means IPPC. The motive of this IPPC was that how we can protect the plant, especially the wild plant resources, whether it is cultivated as well as the wild plants, by preventing introduction and spread of the plant pests and promoting the appropriate measure for their control. Now, this was the discussion about the international efforts for conservation of the biodiversity. Now, what was the national efforts to conserve the biodiversities in our country. So National Biodiversity Authority ने खास करके NBA, that was a autonomous body, एक prepare की गई, headquarters चेन्नई में था, और under the Ministry of the Environment and Forest, Government of the India, it has been established in 2003 that how we can implement this law to protect the biodiversity on the state level as well as all the major city and the district levels. तो स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स ने 28 स्टेट्स में लगभग 3157 बायोलॉजिकल मैनेजमेंट कमेटी प्रिपेयर करी ऑल ओवर द इंडिया के लिए कि कैसे हम बायोडाइवर्सिटीज को वेरियस प्लेसेस के अंदर हम कंजर्व कर सकते हैं. So on the basis of this NBA, the Biodiversity Act has been implemented. बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट पार्लियामेंट इंडिया में पास हुआ, जिसका बेसिक मोटिव था हाउ वी कैन प्रिजर्व फॉर द बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी इन द इंडिया, एंड इट प्रोवाइड्स द मैकेनिज्म टू all equitable sharing of the benefit arising out of the traditional biological resources as well as an knowledge. So एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि कैसे इस एक्ट को बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी में भी इंडिया को एक पार्टी बनाया गया. तो दिस इज ए ग्रेट हैप्पीनेस टू अस कि इंडिया वाज आल्सो ए पार्ट ऑफ द पार्टी इन द वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस, कि वी आर we are one of the members who can share our views to protect the biodiversity. Now these are the wildlife acts of the India. बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट्स इंडिया की अगर हम बात करें, वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्ट ब्रिटिशर रूल्स के टाइम में भी रहे हैं और 1947 के बाद में भी रहे हैं. तो बिफोर द ब्रिटिशर टाइम्स दैट वाज ए वाइल्ड एलिफेंट प्रिजर्वेशन एक्ट जो मद्रास में इंप्लीमेंट हुआ था. इट वाज द 1873 ऑल इंडिया एलिफेंट प्रिजर्वेशन एक्ट 1879 एंड वन वाइल्ड बर्ड्स एंड एनिमल Protection Act 1992, and India becomes party of the sites on the international trade in endangered species of wild flora and fauna. So these are the national projects, and the Environmental Act basically 1986 में Environmental Protection Act जो है that has been made, at which has been amended in the 2016, and these are a few how we can conserve the biodiversity. We can conserve the biodiversity two ways: in situ, within the habitat, and artificially हम कैसे हम उसको biodiversity को protect कर सकते हैं. In situ में we can go for the national parks, biosphere reserves, sanctuaries, terrestrial, marine, and ex situ में seed bank, cryopreservation, aquaria, zoological parks, and others. So in a last, I would like to say that we can biodiversity is our life. So biodiversity got lost at every rate in the near future. So it's our moral duty how we can conserve the biodiversity, how we can protect our biodiversity, and we have to save our environment, and most importantly how we can save the earth so that we can protect the nature. So thank you very much. Because of the network problem, I would not be able to communicate with you properly. So thank you. Thanks to organizers of RAFA 2021 and all other associated body like GISA, ABRF, Nepal Aquaculture Society, Kathmandu, Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arya, sir. Now,
if any question, please.
If you have any question from the participant, may raise your question. You have given only 2-3 minute time. Is there any question from the participant? They can raise within 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I request Vishwas Sembekar sir be ready for the presentation. Thank you, sir.
Hello, are you?
So thank you.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sandeep Arya, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Vishwas Sembekar, sir, ex-head Department of Zoology, Rajashri Shahu Mahavidyalaya, Latur, to present his deliberation. Unmute yourself, sir, first.
Sir,
Over to you, sir.
sir, would you please allow me to use my screen, please?
Yes, 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 sir.
Uh,
Naveen, sir, please manage to do it. Naveen, sir, please manage to do it.
Sir, you can share your screen now.
Sembekar, sir, you can share your screen.
yeah, actually, I just decided to share my screen because I have just prepared one small, very small PPT there. 1 minute, please. I'm not
Okay.
getting.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes, I could do it.
Yeah,
Okay, sir.
it's
So
visible.
It is appears, sir. Okay, go on, sir.
my voice quality is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So very good afternoon, everybody. Um, at the outset, I must give expression to my feelings for a very dynamic, regal, and royal personality, my friend Dr. A.K. Verma, who has actually contributed a great deal of work in making this event successful. He has introduced me. Because of him only, I could contact Honorable Dr. S.N. Lab sir and Dr. Chakrabarti sir. My friend Dr. Bandela, Dr. Hiware, Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Dr. Vaikar, principal of this institution, Dr. V.K. Pawar, convener of this event, Dr. R.P. Pawar, my friend who has taken much pains for the arrangement of this function, Dr. Brahmapurikar, learned professors, researchers, and my participant friends. I am Dr. Vishwas Shambekar. Actually, I am retired professor, and since last more than 36 years, I am working as a consultant. During initial days, we were just dealing with Indian major carbs, intensive, extensive, semi-intensive, every type of experiments we used to do. But since last 2 years, I have started catalyzing my activities in biofloc technology. I might have visited not less than 50 biofloc tanks all over the country. The thing which actually I noticed made me uneasy because there are two types of entrepreneurs I saw. One, they are very happy, they are very successful, they are earning good amount of revenue out of what they are doing. And second type of entrepreneurs, they are not happy. It's not that I was uneasy because they are not happy, but they started criticizing this technology, and that thing made me irritating and uneasy. Instead of having introspection of what they could not do, where they are lagging, where they are committing mistakes, they go on criticizing. Okay, so I thought, then after I just decided to have a mission everywhere I go and try to educate people, particularly entrepreneurs, regarding the optimum use of available resources for biofloc technologies. Actually, dear friends, the intention of making this interaction with you is to make an appeal. This is not presentation. This is neither a lecture nor a presentation, but I'm to develop and add to the present this recent biofloc technology. Okay, I'll start with this now. So it is needless to say that with the increasing human population, food production industries need to expand. With almost 7 billion people on the earth, the demand for aquatic food is increasing tremendously, and hence expansion and intensification of aquaculture production is highly required. In order to preserve the environment and natural resources, this expansion needs to take place in a sustainable way. Actually, what I feel that main goal of aquaculture expansion must be to produce more aquaculture products without significantly increasing the usage of basic natural resources of land and water. Another goal is to develop sustainable aquaculture that will not harm the environment. And third goal, to build up system providing an equitable cost benefit ratio to support economic and social sustainability. Dear friends, all these three prerequisites for sustainable aquaculture development can be met by biofloc technology. Biofloc, how we can define in very simple lucid words, the biofloc is a protein-rich macro aggregate of organic material and microorganisms, including diatoms, bacteria, algae, protozoans, fecal pellets, remains of dead organisms, and other invertebrates. The suspended growth in ponds consists of phytoplankton, bacteria, aggregates of living and dead particles of organic matter, and grazers of bacteria. Typical flocks are irregular by shape, have a broad distribution of particle size and fine, easily compressible, highly porous. Their porosity can be found up to 99% and are permissible to fluids. Here you can see a picture of flocks. Biofloc technology, it is a technique of enhancing water quality in aquaculture through balancing carbon and nitrogen in the system. The technology has gained some attention as a sustainable method to control water quality with the added value of producing protein-rich feed in situ. Friends, the basic technology was developed by Yoran Avnimelach in Israel and initially implemented commercially in Belize. This technology has become very popular technology in farming of Pacific white shrimp. It's of course possible that microbial protein has higher availability than feed protein. If carbon and nitrogen are well balanced in the solution, ammonium in addition to organic nitrogen waste will be converted into bacterial biomass. By adding carbohydrates to the pond, heterotrophic bacterial growth is stimulated and nitrogen uptake through the production of microbial proteins takes place. Here, this picture, this is a diagrammatic representation of production of biofloc in the culture system. Okay. Biofloc technology is a technique of enhancing water quality through an addition of extra carbon to the aquaculture system through an external carbon source or elevated carbon content of the feed. The promoted nitrogen uptake by bacterial growth decreases ammonium concentration more rapidly than that in the nitrification. Immobilization of ammonia by heterotrophic bacteria occurs more rapidly because the growth rate and microbial biomass yield per unit substrate of heterotrophs are a factor of 10 higher than that of nitrifying bacteria. Yeah, this is just the overview of biofloc technology, where the use of probiotics, maintaining carbon nitrogen ratio, it is done. Temperature water quality, every parameter must be considered acutely here. What are actually the strengths of this technology, BFT, biofloc technology? The biofloc technology makes it possible to minimize water exchange while producing low-cost biofloc rich in protein, which in turn can serve as a feed for aquatic organisms. Compared to conventional water treatment technologies used in aquaculture, biofloc technology provides a more economical alternative, that is decrease of water treatment expenses, and additionally a potential gain on feed expenses, making it low cost sustainable constituent to further aquaculture development. Friends, I must make a mention of the fact that particularly my honorable and dear friend AK Verma Sahab, he may not understand actually the problems that we people are facing, because he is enjoying ecologically blessed environment, Ganga Kinare. He stays at Ganga Kinare, where we are from Marathwada region of Maharashtra, where there is always scarcity of water. You perhaps won't believe in that we get only twice drinking water through municipal corporation. So obviously, this is drought prone area where there is always shortage of water. So this technology, it will be definitely helpful in this area. To manage and remove nitrogen, conventional technologies are based on either earthen treatment systems or combination of solids removal and nitrification reactors. These methods have several disadvantages. They require frequent maintenance and only partial water purification it is effected there. They generate secondary pollution, and most important thing is they are often very costly. On the other hand, biofloc technology is robust, economical technique, and easy in operation. One important aspect of this technology to consider is the high concentration of total suspended solids present in pond water. Suitable, something has happened odd with this. Okay. Suitable aeration and mixing. There is a problem. Okay. So suitable aeration and mixing needs to be done. That actually should be sustained in order to keep particles in suspension, and intervening through either water exchange or drainage of sludge might be needed when suspended. So it so happens many times that there is accumulation of very large amount of sludge, and in that such instances we need to remove those suspended solids when it becomes too high. Although it is critical aspect of biofloc technology, detailed knowledge about selection and placement of aerators is still lacking. Further research should be addressed address these issues, and also could also investigate new concepts such as integration of biofloc technology in raceways. In his presentation, Honorable Dr. Labh Sahab, he has contributed really a great deal of work in aquaculture. I'll be, of course, through this platform, I wish to tell him that I'll be very happy to be associated with you in his research work. In his presentation, I saw that raceway culture is also being done there. What I feel, such integration of biofloc technology in raceways, it can also be done, which might prevent solid builds up through its proper system configuration. Unlike conventional techniques such as biofilters, biofloc technology supports nitrogen removal even when organic matter and BOD, biological oxygen demand of the system is very high. When establishing biofloc technology in aquaculture ponds, a certain startup period is needed to obtain a well-functioning system with respect to controlling water quality. And this will depend on the nitrogen and organic load of the culture water and thus the intensity of the system. Likewise, in order to establish the required microbial community in biofilter, one needs approximately 4 weeks, depending on nutrients, water flow rate, and temperature. However, because heterotrophs grow at the rate that is 10 times higher than that of nitrifying bacteria in biofilters, bioflocs can usually be established much faster than conventional biofilters. To even further shorten the startup periods of biofloc technology, it might be interesting to investigate on the effect of adding some nucleation sites, such as clay, to the water at startup, which will stimulate floc formation. The strength of biofloc technology is that the waste nitrogen generated by uneaten feed and excreta from the cultured organisms is converted into proteinaceous feed available for those same organisms. Instead of downcycling, phenomena often found in an attempt to recycle, the technique actually upcycles through closing the nutrient loop. Hence, the water exchange can be decreased without deterioration of water quality, and subsequently, the total amount of nutrients discharged into adjacent water bodies may be decreased. In this context, biofloc technology can also be used in a specific case of maintaining appropriate water temperature, good water quality, and high fish survival in low or no water exchange, greenhouse ponds to overcome periods of lower temperature during winter. Indeed, fish survival levels in overwintering tilapia culture in greenhouse ponds with biofloc technologies were found by every entrepreneur very excellent. Besides winter periods, we need to aware of the fact that further impacts on climate change on fisheries and aquaculture are still hello, hello,
Vishwas,
hello,
yes, Vishwas sir, kindly share your presentation.
hello. Can you listen to me, please?
Yes,
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 yes, we
yes,
can
sir.
listen.
Mayor, go on.
Yeah. So where I was, yes, I was telling. Besides winter periods, we need to be aware of fact that future impacts on climate change on fisheries and aquaculture are still poorly understood, and colder region might be more often an issue to deal with in future. Hello, hello.
You are audible, sir. Please go on.
The key to minimizing possible negative impacts of climate change on aquaculture and maximum opportunities will be through understanding and promoting a wide range of inventive, adaptive new technologies such as biofloc technology combined with greenhouse ponds. See, the setup is very easy. There are a few steps. I'll just tell you how this is. The first step is construction of pond or tank. This cemented or iron meshed ponds. Actually, in Indonesia and in India, cement ponds are not much popular. We are using iron mesh ponds instead. made up of tarpaulin tanks or HDPE or fiber coated sheets. 1,000 liter capacity ponds, they are very popular. Pond tank diameter is usually 4 meters and height is 1 meter. The basic requirement for biofloc system operation includes high stocking density, high aeration, and lined ponds. Such points are, see, you can see how they can be set here, right? Step 2, water preparation and aeration. We have to place minimum 6 air stones at different places of the tank. We have to fill 1,000 liter water in the tank, and then we are required to mix raw salt at the rate 1 gram per liter in water and aerate. For aeration, it must be done for at least 3 hours. Then we have to mix calcium carbonate at the rate 0.5 gram per liter and aerate for 3 days. Then mix molasses or starch or sugar or wheat at the rate 0.1 gram per liter. Step 3, use of probiotics. Several probiotics are available in the market. We are required to add 120 gram of probiotics in water after 3 hours of molasses mixing. Here, I must make a mention of the fact that instead of using probiotics that are available in the market, we have experimented our own probiotics. One of my students, she was working for 7 years in the field of probiotics. She has isolated some 12 organisms from different animal sources: cow milk, donkey milk, sheep milk, fish intestine, etc. Out of these 12 organisms, 5 are potential probiotics. Out of 5, 4 they are identified and 1 is unidentified. We actually made an attempt of making experiment of that with that probiotic, and we used that probiotic in our system first, which gave fantastic results. Step 4, flock development. We have to wait for flock generation for at least 7 to 15 days. Dr. Brahmapurikar? Hello? Hello? I'm audible? Am I
Yes, sir.
connected with?
Yes, sir, you are
Yeah.
audible.
Yeah. Then we have to measure that density with the cone. Sampling method is there. I'll just skip all those things. I'll go fast because I know I have to wind up within stipulated period, as I have already been warned by organizer to wind up within 20 minutes. Sampling method is very simple. Here we have to take 1 liter of sample from 2 different places from 15 centimeters depth between 10 a.m. to 12, and in that cone we can read the density. Here flock development stages are there. In stage 1, flock found but cannot be measured. Stage 2 is flock found but quantity is less than 1 ml per liter. In stage 3, flock is in abundance, 1 to 5 ml per liter, and in stage 4, flock found is in abundance but in 5.1, in the range of 5.1 to 10 ml per liter. Stage 5, we find flock found in abundance, that is more than 10 ml per liter. Then the next step is introduction of fish in the system. We have to add fish in the system, and then we have to this is very important step in aquaculture. I have seen several entrepreneurs making haste at this stage, and they experience heavy mortality. The thing is, seed, we are getting this seed from some hatchery. The physico-chemical condition characteristics of that water from hatchery must be different from what you have maintained in flock tanks. So the fishes should not get a sort of shock because of great difference in physicochemical characteristics. So they must be acclimatized carefully, slowly, with several partial changes of water, and gradually then water level in the pond should be increased, and the fishes then they are fed. The simple principle here we can see in this picture. So we limit water exchange. We do not exchange water in the biofloc tanks. Organic residue accumulate, we mix and aerate. That gives ideal condition for bacteria. There is good growth, tremendous growth of bacteria, and this bacteria they control the water quality, as I've stated earlier. Fish eat bacteria and feed is recycled. This is the basic principle. How is the condition in BDF ponds for bacteria? There is a lot of food available for bacteria. The pond is loaded with organic residue. Pond is fully aerated. This aeration, it is acutely needed for proper fish growth, for fishes as well as for bacteria. DO level, it must be maintained very high. So we have to keep aeration 24/7. The number of bacteria in such ponds is 10 raised to 6 to 10 raised to 9 per centimeter cube. Pond becomes biological industry, that is biofloc technology. Manipulation, talking about manipulation of bacteria, normally there is enough nitrogen in pond for new cell production. By adding carbohydrates to pond, heterotrophic bacterial growth is triggered, it is stimulated, and nitrogen uptake through production of microbial protein takes place. Then there is need of nitrogen. If carbon and nitrogen are well balanced in the solution, ammonia in addition to organic nitrogenous waste will be converted into bacterial biomass. The way to do is we have to keep carbon nitrogen ratio higher than 10. The bacteria now take the nitrogen from water and control water quality. This promoted nitrogen uptake by bacterial growth decreases the ammonium concentration more rapidly than nitrification. Immobilization of ammonium by heterotrophic bacteria occurs much rapidly because the growth rate and microbial biomass yield per unit substrate of heterotrophs are a factor 10 higher than that of nitrifying bacteria. The flocculation of microbial communities is really a very complex process. Within a flux matrix, a combination of physical, chemical, and biological phenomenon is operating. The exact mechanism and the methods to engineer microbiological flux remain largely unknown at this moment. The main constituents that can be found within the matrix are the extracellular polymeric substances. These structures form a matrix that encapsulate the microbial cell and play a major role in binding the flock components together. They are typically made up of polysaccharides, humic compounds, nucleic acids, proteins, and lipids. They are produced as slime or capsule layers under various nutritional conditions, but particularly in case of limitation by nutrients like, for example, nitrogen. And last step is maintenance. We have to check bacteria ratio, pH, TAN, total ammonia nitrogen, total amount of nitrogen, TSS, that is total suspended solids, total dissolved solids, temperature, nitrates, and nitrites. Maintain CN ratio ideally 15:1 by adding required amount of molasses. Drain water from bottom outlet to check for settled residue after 10 to 15 days. And whatever loss of water, it is evident there due to evaporation, that we have to top up. We have to sample the fish to check its growth and health. This act, it can be done weekly or bi-weekly. And we have to follow these all maintenance steps until harvesting. These are some of the parameters which are ideal for this technology. We have to maintain dissolved oxygen above 4, at least 4 ppm, 4 mg per liter, temperature between 20 to 30 degrees. It so many happens many times, but for fishes they can sustain even low temperature, but for microbial development, below 20 degrees temperature will affect their growth. pH 6.8 to 8.7, values less than 7 is normal in BFT, but could affect nitrification process. Salinity depends on cultured species. It may be observed from 0 to 50 ppt. Tan is less than 1 mg per liter. And nitrates, this is very critical parameter. It's very difficult to control. Special attention should be done, for example, on protein level of feed, salinity and alkalinity. Nitrates, they must be in the range of 0.5 to 20 mg per liter, and alkalinity more than 100 ppm. TSS less than 500 ppm. So, about implementation of this technology, dear friends, no technique is without drawbacks, and also biofloc technology is prone to be obstacles. A major obstacle is to convince farmers to implement the technique, since the concept of biofloc technology goes in against common wisdom that water in pond has to be clear. On the other hand, several factors promote the implementation of this technique. Firstly, water has become scarce and expensive to an extent of limiting aquaculture development, as I have told what's actually the situation in Marathwada. Secondly, the release of polluted effluents in the environment, release of this effluent, it is prohibited in most of the countries. And third, severe outbreaks of infectious diseases led to more stringent biosecurity measures, such as reducing water exchange rate. Experience regarding biofloc technology and technical knowledge about the technique needs to be transferred to farmers in clear, practical, and straightforward way, not forgetting to emphasize the economic benefits of this technique. A very important aspect in implementation of the biofloc technology in aquaculture is monitoring of the pond. That is very, very essential, very important step, what I observed in this technology. Biofloc technology is not yet fully predictable and can therefore be risky to implement at the farm. Possible monitoring tools are the concentration of total suspended solids or bioflocs, and the settleability of biofloc, which can both be measured quickly and easily. Even molecular monitoring can also be, it provides information on the condition of the biofloc, but time and cost limitations might prevent the utility of this approach in real biofloc system. Researchers, now I take this opportunity to have a dialogue with researchers that they are listening to me. Researchers are challenged to further develop this technique. And of course, through them, farmers, they will be requested to implement this technology in their future aquaculture system. Let me tell you something about our efforts. This technology, though it is new and not time tested, it is observed that several pisciculturists that they have tried this technology are happy, but few are not. It solely depends, as I already told you, it solely depends on whether farmers or pisciculturists have understood the basics of this technology, whether they follow the protocols strictly, whether they follow the natural process, whether they respect the natural processes. The farmers or bio entrepreneurs must be given training of BTF. So we are establishing BTF training and research center in Latur, in my place, Maharashtra. The only purpose of this is to help bio entrepreneurs and serve for the environmental security. These are some of the pictures. Even I have attached here picture of the site. BFT Training Research Center being established for the noble cause of serving environment and helping this thing. Here you can see in the picture, instead of using mesh, we have used these tins here. And last slide, I hope all of us will read this slide along with me. I pledge to act to my ability to make the earth a secure and hospitable home for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If participants wants to ask any question, they can ask within a minute. Meanwhile, I request Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi be ready for the presentation. Is Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi is joined the meeting? May I know?
No, sir, I'm not fine. I did not find Dr. Ashish Panigrahi.
Okay. Participants, if you have any question, you can ask within 1 minute. Otherwise, we have to go to call upon the another resource person. Thank you, Sambekar sir. I think there is no question.
So thank you once again, everybody, particularly Verma sir, Lab sir, organizers. I can see my friend Abhay Deshpande sir also. So I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be with you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to announce again Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi, if you join. Meanwhile, I would like to request Abhay Deshpande sir, be ready for the presentation.
Abhay Deshpande sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Abhay Deshpande
Hello.
sir. Hi, yes, sir.
Hello.
Audible, sir.
Are you getting me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody.
Thank you, sir. I would like to...
Here I have seen two more presentations of Dr. Shembekar and of Mr. Verma, I think. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Abhay Deshpande. I am working in the state government as a Regional Deputy Commissioner of Fisheries, Pune, as well as I am working for Nashik region also. Just before a few minutes, we have taken review about that bioflow by Dr. Shembekar. Dr. Shembekar is my guru during graduation period. Though he is calling me as a friend, no doubt he is my guru first. I am not from academics. I cannot give a lecture like accommodation. So I am going to explain fisheries and biodiversity within 5 to 10 minutes only, because I have to conduct one more meeting of my assistant commissioners hereafter. What is biodiversity? Biodiversity is nothing but to fulfill all ecological niches according to natural habitat. That is biodiversity. You might have been heard about that magur culture, then that brighead culture. We are going to ban that species from fisheries department because they are going to affect biodiversity. As far as the aquaculture is concerned, it is a very traditional practice, but the capture fisheries has been shifted to culture fisheries. That's why such entrepreneurial development through that biofloc, then pond culture system has been started. There are so many. There are so many schemes from Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. It has been started in the year, in this recent year. The scheme is for 5 years. It will work for fisheries enormously. regarding pond culture, bioflow. Just before a few minutes, Dr. Shembakar has explained the biofloc technology is taking a very nice shape for development of aquaculture technologies. The biofloc technology has been divided into three parts. One is of 50 lakhs scheme, another is of 25 lakh schemes, and third one is of 7 lakh schemes. There is variation of that tanks only, 50 tanks, 25 tanks, and 7 tanks. Doctor has not explained about that flock measurement. The flock measurement is very important for conducting such biofloc technology. If the flock is proper and the color of the water is brownish golden, then it is supposed to be quite okay for biofloc. As far as the biodiversity is concerned, it is proven fact that while working R&D, research and development, entrepreneurship, and policy making, if all these activities are going hand to hand, then development is possible. Particularly when we are considering upon a ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem development, while fulfilling ecological niches, it is necessary that wherever the water source is there, it should be stocked with due and proper fish seed or all aquatic animals. Then the aquatic ecological niches are going to be fulfilled. Previously, the fisheries is having a very vast and traditional background. First of all, the fisheries were first food of human beings is a fish. All of us are knowing. Every professor, every teacher is knowing this very thoroughly. It is not but it is not a proper to explain by me. While talking about biodiversity, I am of opinion that whatever the tropical situations are there, whatever the situations of environment are there, the animals are going to grow according to that situations. They are going to adjust themselves. They are going to acclimatize themselves, and they are growing according to that environment. Topographical situations are very necessary. Every parameters are very necessary. Uh, we human beings are going to disturb it. That's why the capture aspect has been converted to culture aspect, because we are not getting plenty of food. Nowadays, there is part of organic, inorganic material is also there. What is organic, inorganic? What is organic? The fishes or aquatic fauna, which is developed into natural habitat, and when we are consuming it as a food, it is supposed to be a food material from organic material. Dr. Swargis Kurian has started that white revolution. Even green revolution has been started. What are the impact of that? Due to the use of a huge fertilizers, manures, every ecosystem has been disturbed. The same thing is for fisheries also. During a long period, before just 30 to 35 years, every river was connected to each other. Due to formation of reservoirs, small tanks, large tanks, the link has been disturbed. That's why we are not getting a proper fauna. So many aquatic species are in endangered, are called as to be a endangered species. Being a researcher, being a person from academics, it is necessary for we all that we should develop that strata, we should develop that species accordingly. And whenever situation is there, it is mandatory for us to develop such endangered species through that hatcheries. There are so many schemes for Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. One can visit to our district offices. One can visit to our regional offices. Even students, entrepreneurs can get information from them, and they can start their entrepreneurship. But it is our quite duty to enhance fisheries activities, because it is our aim of central government as far as our India to reach at first level. Today our fish consumption is very less. Though we are producing much more, we are not getting proper data. Data bank development is also one of the most important tasks for our researchers. And when research and development activity is coming from lab to land, then it is possible to develop fisheries sector properly. So thank you very much. I have explained very narratively because I have one very urgent meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I leave with your all's permission? Is there any question from anybody?
If any question from the side of participant, they may raise. Meanwhile, I would like to announce once again Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi. Please join and unmute yourself first, sir.
I want to ask one thing, sir. Ashish Panigrahi, sir, what is the screen name?
Ashish.
Ashish. Okay.
Okay.
Hi. Now I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible now.
Then you have to allow me to make it unmute. You stop it. So I am trying several times and I fail to unmute me.
Actually, your screen name is like only Ashish, and there are 5 Ashish in this list. That's why.
I don't know why Ashish, not pro vice chancellor or vice chancellor. It may be. Okay. Let us start.
Okay, sir. You can share your screen now.
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi, Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Rudwan, West Bengal, India, is going to
Presentation
address us.
slide তো করলে তো এখনই ভর্তি নোট করলে তো
Please, sir.
ওকে
Over to you, sir.
ওকে আই এম জাস্ট কই ওইটা তো ওইটাই লেখা আছে তো স্লাইড গুলো শো করো স্লাইড শো রেডি করে রাখলে যে Is it visible?
No, sir, you are not visible.
Not visible. No, my PowerPoint is not visible.
No, sir.
The screen is not visible.
Okay.
Take a little bit more time and fix it first, sir.
But here it is visible. Admin কি বলছে?
Yes, sir. Now, sir, you are visible.
Visible?
Yes.
My PowerPoint is visible now. Is it visible, my PowerPoint?
No, sir.
Not visible.
Naveen, sir, please.
Sir, your PowerPoint, kindly go to the share screen option.
Share screen extreme যাও share screen যাও নাহলে কি করে হবে
Yes, sir. And select a presentation you want to share.
share যাচ্ছে এখানে কোথাও শেয়ার আছে এই নিচে শেয়ার আছে এখানে কোথাও শেয়ার আছে না নোটিফিকেশন শেয়ার দেখো কোথাও শেয়ার আছে
হ্যাঁ স্যার হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ
স্যার
শেয়ারটা দেখো শেয়ার আছে এখানে তুমিও জানো না দেখছি আর আবার বন্ধ করে দিলে কেন এইখানে কোথাও শেয়ার আছে একটা ওই উপরে দেখো তো এখানে কোথাও শেয়ার আছে একটা মিটিং করতে এত এই শেয়ারটা কোথায় আছে দেখো তো তুমি আসো শেয়ার একটা আছে রে আমার ছেলে করে দেয় তো আমিও জানি না ঠিক ওই একই জিনিস ঘোরাচ্ছে দেখি ছাড়ো ওকে ছাড়ো শেয়ারটা দেখো স্লাইড শেয়ারটা দেখো এটা আছে জুমে শেয়ারটা এইখানে শেয়ার কোথায় থাকবে এই দিকে থাকবে না বন্ধ করে দাও
Naveen, sir.
ওকে শেয়ারটা দেখো শেয়ার থাকবে তো
Naveen, sir, please help him to share.
Actually, sir, I think his issues with his screen.
হ্যাঁ
Yeah, and I don't have, sir, yours presentation. If you can send me, then I can share from my side.
ঠিক আছে, শেয়ার এইখানে থাকবে, নাহলে উপরে এই তিনটার থাকবে, ওই উপরে তিনটায় যেটা এইখানে দেখো শেয়ার থাকবে। না না, এখানে নেই।
এখানে থাকে, এখান থেকে কোথায় গেছে? এটা তো গুগল মিট করে দিবে। আরে গুগল মিটে কেন দিতে আমি? না গুগল মিট হবে না তো। এটা গুগল মিট।
এটা গুগল মিটে আমি খুলেছি কেন? ও খুলেছে।
গুগল মিটে করেছে। বুঝলি তো গুগল মিট জয়েন করা হয়নি এখন। আমি গুগল মিটে থাকি, তুমি
জুমে দাও, জুম।
লিংকটা বন্ধ করো। লিংকটা জমা করে দিই।
এই তো লিংকটা দিয়ে দিয়েছি, লিংক তো দেওয়াই আছে। হয়েছে।
এইবার মান পেটি করুন, নতুন নতুন নতুন
Okay, he has shared here. Okay.
Now it is visible. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I can start.
Yes, sir, you can start. Please.
পরেরটা কি, ওটা আমাকে একটু বলে দাও। হ্যাঁ, যা, থ্যাংক ইউ। So please excuse me for taking so much time from your valuable busy schedule, because I was also engaged throughout the day different type of meetings due to my position. So excuse me. So before starting my lecture, I want to say something that for the invitation to have a keynote address in aquaculture and fisheries, because I am also man of aquaculture and fisheries. Since 40 years I am in this line, and before starting my lecture, I convey my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee and the delegates and the other eminent personalities present in this international webinar. I am very thankful for giving me the opportunity to say something about the recent advancement in fisheries and aquaculture. So this is the topic of my lecture. I will take 15 to 20 minutes to complete. Just this is the general information that we know what is aquaculture and fisheries, that I have to know place of explain about this matter. It is a very important topic, and this aquaculture is the farming of aquatic organisms including fish, mollusks, crustaceans, aquatic plants, seaweeds, and microalgae. And a fishery is the enterprise or raising or harvesting fish and other aquatic life. Commercial fisheries include wild fisheries and fish farms, both in freshwater, about 10% of all catch, and the oceans, about 90%. About 500 million people worldwide are economically dependent on fisheries. So we can imagine that a portion of nearly 10 to 15% of the people throughout the world, they depend on aquaculture and fisheries, and they use these practices as their livelihood, because their economical probability and prosperity is depends on fish and fisheries. So the purpose of aquaculture is to cope up with the increasing protein demand for human race, because we know fish is the very cheapest animal protein, and it is we are trying to scope up the increasing of animal protein through culture of different type of fishes and fish food organisms, and utilization of the availability of natural water resources. How we can utilize the natural water resources through different type of aquaculture practices to increase the production for per capita consumption and the income, because most of the people, I have already told that depend on the on this practice, that is the aquaculture and fisheries. And there is also it is a ornamental purpose, because ornamental fisheries is now a promising trade throughout the world, and India is also trying to earn foreign dollars through practice of ornamental fish culture. And sports and game purpose also, we can go for the culture of different type of fishes for sports and game purposes. These are the new avenues to introduce throughout the world. And development of socioeconomic status of the dependents who depends on the fisheries. So their socioeconomic development can be increased through this practice and create employment opportunities. Obviously, when the people, more people will engage in this practice, their employment will be increased and they will earn something for their livelihood. Complete utilizations of byproducts like fish liver oil, fish scales, fish protein, etc. Because we know the byproducts have the increasing demand in the world trade market of the fishes from their because cod fish liver oil and fish scales are also designed in different ornamentals, and fish proteins are also converted in different food items throughout the world. Then the aquaculture practices subtypes according to the intensity of farming techniques and human interventions. That is the, we know the aquaculture and fisheries are of three farming systems. That is, one is extensive type, one is semi-intensive type, one is intensive type. So extensive type is the least technology involvement here. Only 10 to 15% scientific technology is involved here. Then least human interventions. The human intervention is very less, and natural food that that aquaculture depends on the natural food here. We do not apply any external food from outside, and low productivity. And due to that, as the management practice is very common here, we do not afford to give more effort or management practice to increasing the production. So here the production is a very less production, but it is more than the traditional type of fisheries. So semi-intensive is slightly more scientific. That is nearly 25 to 40% scientific technologies are involved there. That is pure technology inputs, formulated low-cost food along with the natural feed, and moderate productivity. So productivity is more than that of the extensive type. That is a moderate productivity. And similarly, the intensive is a highly scientific and completely technology based. Skill interventions of the human skilled persons are involved here to get more productions, and specified food items are given, and high productivity, and the production is too much high here. Similarly, the current status of aquaculture, that is we know the current status according to a report published in FAO 2009, global aquaculture has grown dramatically over the past 50 years, around 52.5 million tons, that is 68.3 million, including aquatic plants in 2008, worth US dollar 98.5 billion, that is US dollar 106 billion, including aquatic plants, and accounting around 50% of the world fish food supply. Asia dominates in freshwater fish production. We know 89% by volume and 79% by value, with China. China is getting first position for production of the freshwater fish and other products, and by far largest producer. And aquaculture development in Europe and North America was rapid during the year 1980s to 1990s, but has since stagnant, probably owing to the regulatory restrictions on sites and the other competitive factors. Although as markets for fish and seafood, they have continued to grow regularly. So this is the global aquaculture productivity region source from the FAO 2010. This data slightly increased according to recent data, and similarly the next number slide So this is the aquaculture production by output from major species of fish group, that is the freshwater crustaceans and miscellaneous marine mollusks, others, carps, barbels, and other cyprinids, miscellaneous freshwater fishes. These are the aquaculture production output or major species group, and then this is the relations between the aquaculture and the economic growth. We know the aquaculture is very much associated with the economic growth, as the GDP boosting the GDP. Aquaculture now in the promising sector and helping for increasing the GDP and subsequently the economic growth. So wider economy and other beneficiaries we get from the seed, and that is the feed mills. Then the farmers they also produce fish. Then transporters, they also transport fry, fish and feeds. Then fish traders, retailers, and thus a chain system. They are very much involved from the economic point of view, and thus the importance of the development of aquaculture. Currently, approximately 16% of the animal protein consumed by the world's population is derived from the fish. It is slightly increased, that is 17.5% now, and over 1 million people worldwide depends on fish as their main source of animal protein. Worldwide consumptions of fish as food has risen from 40 million tons in 1970 to 115 million tons in 2015, and now it is nearly 120 million tons according to 2019 data. Aquaculture is the largest growing sector of the world food economy, increasing by more than 10% per year, and currently accounts for more than 30% of all fish consumed. And then factors in development of aquaculture practices. What are the factors? That is the market demand, because it depends upon the market how much demand is there. Then suitable environment is essential. Suitable environment is essential to increase the production. Infrastructure development is also there. Technical efficiency is another factor. Local, national, and international investments is a big factor for that is the commercial fish and fisheries. Valuable human resources, institutional support, and research and development systems. Because research and development systems can enhance the scientific increasement of the fishes. Tracking এখানে দাও 15 নম্বর চলুক 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 এখানে দাও না এখানে চলুক So aquaculture practice বড় করো So aquaculture practice in ancient era, if we go for ancient era, that the earliest evidence from the fish farming dates back to before 1000 BC in China, because the aquaculture practice was initiated in China. The first manual of fish culture, this is the classic of fish culture, was written by the Fan Lai around 475 BC. While this was not a manual but current standard, it was the first recorded instance of fish culture. So polyculture practice was also introduced long back, that is 1618 AD, during the ruling of the Tang dynasty. And first integrated aquaculture system was also implemented in China with the help of algae growth in the ponds using liquid manure. In Europe, aquaculture was first introduced in ancient Rome. Fishes and oysters were cultivated in arenas, vivarium, and swimming pool-like pond. In India, the polyculture practices were done in the ponds around 500 AD. Carp culture was done in artificial ponds, the Eastern European, at the time of the Renaissance. Artificial breeding was developed in Germany before 19th century. So hatcheries were also introduced in West in the 18th century. So it is aquaculture practices in ancient era. So early aquaculture practices in different countries according to the type of the culture adopted from the Edwards 1999 and Ravanal 1988, that the India is the country, India, year of beginning of the availability, type of culture, pond and loas. These are the different countries where they adopted their aquaculture practices. And then small scale approaches of the aquaculture, traditionally easy to copy, small investment, family based, very segmented business structure. Target is the domestic and the regional high value live fish market segment. Larger productions achieved by the duplications of rather than the efficiency of the scale. The production increase constant by lack of protected sites, disease, environmental impact, because the production can be decreased due to disease, due to environmental impacts, small live fish market volume, and difficulty to manage by the authorities. So larger scale approach of the aquaculture is the modern and emerging investment intensive corporate based farming. Now it is going on corporate based farming. So these are the practices going on throughout the world. না এটা চলে গেছে পার করো সই করে দিচ্ছি চলে যাও পার করো হ্যাঁ পার করো পার করো হ্যাঁ then a super advanced cage culture practices is an attributed of modern days of the marine aquaculture, because we are now dealing with the freshwater aquaculture, so it is not necessary to mention here, because cage culture is one of the modern techniques of aquaculture in confined water, also in riverine systems and flowing water system. So land-based carp and shrimp culture, these are going on to get the highest productions. And then future aquaculture practices, there are two basic systems of aquaculture: land-based or water-based. Land-based aquaculture system includes the ponds, rice fields, and RAS systems. Water-based aquaculture using the existing water bodies along with the cages or other enclosures that are the constructed for the containing or the attacking the aquatic species. Both of these systems provide future opportunities for new people to develop into the aquaculture industry. Water-based systems should be especially beneficial for landless people to obtain steady income and food security. So we can go for eradicate the poverty line through culture of the fishes by the landless people. to engage the landless people. So problems of the modern day aquaculture, what are the problems? That is the lack of the reliable database relating to the aquatic and the fisheries resources, limited number of species grown, cultured, mainly due to the weak linkage between the research and the development and the fish farmers community, because we have to increase the liaison between the farmers and the researchers. That is, the technology should be transferred from lab to land, so that the farmers can be well acquainted with the modern technology, and they can adopt the technology easily through trial demonstration method, so that they can show their interest to grow more fish and other fish products. Weak multidisciplinary approach in fisheries and aquaculture, adequate alterations to the environmental and economical, social and gender issues in fisheries and aquaculture, inadequate HRD and specialized manpower in different disciplines, because we know we have no such type of HRD facility or specialized manpower to go for all-round scientific aquaculture practices in rural sector. Most of the rural people or the rural fish farmers, they are not technically adopted for adopting the scientific mode of fish culture. So weak marketing and extension work, we are also very much weak in the marketing systems, because if we go for high productions, but we have no such type of market to market all these products, so that the farmers can get their money in instant. So water pollution, that is the pollution, aquatic pollution is the main factors for decreasing the productions, because water pollution, unscientific management of aquaculture, and contaminations of indigenous germplasms resources, they can cause the declining of the aquaculture productions, poor yield optimizations, problems in harvest and post-harvest operations, landing and bathing of facilities for fishing vessels, and usage of the welfare of the fishermen. So we have to think about the welfare of the fishermen. So what is the solution? Sustainable aquaculture is the solution to overcome these problems. So this is the sustainable aquaculture. We know sustainable aquaculture, which provides food, nutrition and economic opportunity for those who most need it, uses ecosystem services wisely and efficiently, avoiding the accumulations of the environmental problems for the future, integrated into the national economics in ways that maximize the development impact. So this is the elements of the sustainable aquaculture. There is the ecological, that is the environmental sound, the sustainable aquaculture, then economic, that is the profit, and social, that is the community development. So these are the three pillars for the sustainable aquaculture systems. It can be continued. So what is ecological aquaculture? Then the principles of the ecological aquaculture, and then the selected ecological aquaculture systems. Let's go for the traditional aquaculture methods again. That is the traditional aquaculture types. And then this is the recent trend in the aquaculture. What is the recent trend? That is the induced breeding. We all know the induced breeding, and induced breeding brought a blue revolution in aquaculture practices throughout the world. And this is the integrated fish farming systems: poultry cum fish culture, paddy cum fish culture, duck cum fish culture. These are the integrated fish culture, and the principle of the integrated fish culture is to produce more animal proteins from one place, and its byproducts of one will be used as the fertilizer or food for the others. So within very short space or land, we can go for the integrated farming systems. That is the polyculture systems. We know very common practice in India and China. That is the polyculture system. And then we go for the reproduction innovations go for reproduction innovations in different application of the genetic principles to increase production, that is genetically improved farming of tilapia, GIF, and the development of techniques to produce monosex populations. Molecular techniques also show significant promise for aquaculture applications. Specific pathogens free, that is a SPF, broodstock, that is venomycins, they are introduced, and also developed the that is sea systems, that is sea stations, fish pens designs allows to farm operators to reduce the total cost of the grow out on medium to high energy aquaculture sites. That is the smart floating farms. These are smart floating farms. That is the cage culture system. Smart floating farms is the one that encourage and embeds a highly productive floating ecosystems. The project involves several layers. Then green technology production facilities will be used to power and maintain hydroponics farms with waste byproducts from the crops feeding the fish and being harvested on the lower level of the ecosystems. And the aquapods is another type of case where inputted into the earth oceans farms and operational back in 2011. That is, they are constructed with a series of triangular net panels fastened into the sphere. So these are the aquapods. And aquaculture technology, that is the offshore aquaculture, a new innovations globally. Offshore fish farms are leading the change when it comes and to advanced aquaculture technology techniques and the design. Over the years, offshore fish farming techniques have shown great potential in the industry. So disease management is another thing. In vitro tissue culture for detections and the isolations of the pathogenic viruses and the intercellular bacteria are currently available for many fish species. Use of DNA proofs for early detections of the disease. Use of biochemical techniques like quantitative real-time, that is the PCR systems, standard PCR, spectrophotometers, tissue homonizers, gel documentation systems, etc. for screening of pathogens in fishes. Fish production integrated with the renewable energy derived from the waste to energy plant. It is a new type of technology, that is how fish production can be integrated with the renewable energy derived from the waste to energy plant. So these are the new techniques evolved, and the integrated IFFI compounds, that is presentations in the systems here. Then go for the sunlight energy, that is your internet connects sunlight energy composed in another type of new aquaculture systems. Then the future aquaculture practices to mitigate environmental constant. What are the constant we have to first identify, and how the environmental constant will be overcome. That is the shellfishing farming, that the seaweed farming, and we can mitigate nutrient pollution, provide habitats, support fish stocks, reduce local climate change, etc. And thank you for having patience to listen to my lecture, because I have a very short time. I have another meeting at 5 p.m. So please excuse me. I don't know whether I have satisfied you all, because I am just spreading my lecture very rapidly, very speedy ways. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your lucid explanation about the aquaculture. It will be helpful for the new researchers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
If there is a question from the participant, may raise within a minute. The next speaker, Professor Vinay K. Chakravarti, is already joined to us.
It is the best.
I think there is no question, sir. Shall I move further?
Then I will leave.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, please.
আচ্ছা দাদা আমি লিভ করে দিই আমারও সময় নেই লিভ হয়ে গেছে তো দেখো তো
Professor Vinay
Okay.
Chakravarti is going to address.
Okay, thank
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Professor Vinay K. Chakravarti from Bangladesh is a scientist, Bangladesh Agriculture University, Bangladesh. He is going to address to us. Over to you, sir. Dr. Vinay K. Chakravarti, sir, you can start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go on, sir.
The slide is maintained by you?
Yes, sir. Our admin will maintain it.
Okay.
Naveen, sir, please manage to
Okay. Okay. I am going to start my presentation. My hardest congratulations to the convener and organizing committee, guest, delegate, resource person and dignitaries. Especially thanks to Dr. Brahmapurikar for his knocking me time to time to attend the webinar in scheduled time. Good evening to all. Just I am giving an idea about the aquaculture practice of Bangladesh. There are so many researches united in my presentation, and I am going to present please, is it a first slide? I am giving an idea about the country. Bangladesh is the northeastern part of South Asia, and the country is bounded by India in the west, north and northeast, while Myanmar on the southeast and the Bay of Bengal on the south. The area of the country only 1,47,570 square kilometer. The population of the country is 162.18 million. Growth rate is 1.3 per annum. Density of the sex ratio is 1.321. Next slide, please. Physiology of the country. What is the physiology? The hilly region of in the northeast, southeast, and some areas of highland and the northern part. Other consists of plain and fertile land. The main river Padma, Jamuna, Tista, Brahmaputra, Surma, Meghna, and Karnafuli. All those rivers have 230 tributaries with a total length of 24,140 kilometers. Next slide, please. Climate of the country, there are 6 seasons in a year, just like India. Winter, summer, and monsoon are prominent, and winter begins in November and ends in the February. And the maximum temperature is recorded in summer 37 degrees centigrade. Monsoon start in July and stays up to October. The rainfall is recorded at 80%, and the maximum rainfall is recorded in Chittagong and northern part of the Sylhet, that is south part of the Bangladesh. Next slide, please. Fisheries sector. Fisheries sector playing an important significant role in the development of agrarian economy. The sector contributes 3.57% to the national GDP and 25.30% at the agricultural GDP, more than 2% to the total export earning. Fish alone supply as per capita fish consumption of 62.58 gram per day in our daily dietary requirement. About 11% of total population is engaged full-time and part-time basis for their livelihood. Next slide, please. Now, methodology. Selected all upazila of 64 districts, study area continue process, it is yearly, and developed a semi-structured questionnaires and collected primary data by conduct FGD, local ecological knowledge, LEK, interview fishermen, transporter, piker, other market survey, social worker, and other stakeholder to identify the breeding and nursery ground, feeding ground, and population status. To ask question to identify necessary tools for conservation and management issue during COVID-19. Secondary data was collected from the internet site, and this is the different types of open water bodies, that is included river and estuary, Sundarban mangrove area, Beel, Kaptai Lake, and wetland, and total area is 3.917 million hectare, and the production is 1.22 million ton. And in case of culture water bodies is ponds, included prawns, seasonal culture water body, baur, shrimp, and crab, and pen culture, case culture. The total area is 0.80 million hectare, and the production is 2.41 million ton. Next slide, please. And in case of marine, the coastline is 710 kilometer. Marine production is 0.66 million metric ton, and total production of Bangladesh was last year 4.28 million metric ton. Last slide, please. Next slide. And oil enriched in fish biodiversity of Bangladesh, freshwater fish species is 260, freshwater shrimp species is 24, exotic fish species is 12, marine fish species is 486, and marine shrimp species is 36, tortoise is 22, crab species mainly 12. Next, please. And last 36 years, sector-wise production here in Bangladesh, the production of different sector is increasing, increasing regularly. Last slide, please. Next slide. Last 36 years sector-wise production trends. Inland open water capture contributes 28.19%, and inland closed water culture contributes 56.76%, and marine water contribute only 15.06%, and about 84.95% of total production comes from inland fisheries. Growth rate in inland capture and inland culture fisheries is 1.58 and 3.46%. Overall growth rate is 2.52%. And the fish production has increased about 6 times more, that is 0.754 million to 4.384 million during the last 36 years. This is the scenario. Here is the scenario of inland capture fisheries. Here, the inland open water, the scenario of 1983-84, it was 62.59%. It is decreased in last year to 28.19%. Next slide, please. And contribution of inland capture fisheries in 1983-84, the contribution of inland capture fisheries production was 0.472 million metric ton, and production percentage was 62.59%. In 2007-8, the production was 1.027 per million metric ton, and and it has decreased 41.36%. Finally, 2018-19 inland capture fisheries fish production was 1.236 million metric ton, and is decreased production percentage is 62.59% to 28.19% during last 36 years. Next, and the regression type was linear trend line. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello.
Naveen sir, please.
Okay. Inland culture fisheries. the trends of inland culture fisheries is increasing day by day. Here, 1983-84, the production percentage were 15.53%. It is increased now 56.76% last year. Next, please. And the record is saying in 1983-84 the production was 0.117 million metric ton, and the percentage was 15.53%. And it is the last year the production was inland culture fisheries production is 2.489 million metric ton, and have been increased from 15.53% to 56.76% during last 36 years. And the equation was linear trend line. Next slide, please. In case of marine fisheries, also the production percentage is decreased. The 1983-84, the production percentage was 2.88, and last year the production percentage is recorded at 15.05%. Next slide, please. And 1983-84, the production was 1.65 million metric ton, and 2007-8 the inland capture marine fish production was 0.498 million metric ton, and finally last year marine fish production was 0.66 million metric ton, and the percentage decreased 21.38 to 15.056%, and the regression type was linear trend line. Next slide, please. And shrimp production trends during last 18 years. Here is the bar biograph. We are observing here the production is ups and down. Last year the production was lower than 2017 and 78. This is the trends of shrimp production. Next slide, please. And export trends of shrimp and corresponding foreign earning. Here is the scenario of the import exporting scenario. Here the last year the production of shrimp was higher than last year, 2017 to 18, but the price of the foreign earning was lower than 2017 18 to than 2000 last year. This is the scenario of the export earning. Last slide, please. Now I want to say annual carp hatchling and PL production of Bangladesh. Natural source of production 2,496 kg, and artificial production was 6,64,020 kg was production. Total production is 6,66,516 kg, and Goldai and Bagda was there are the number of hatcheries 77, and the production was 980.95 core is the PL production. Next slide, please. And the participant occupation in our country, 1.80 crore people are anyhow engaged in fisheries production, that is 11%. Shrimp and fish farmer field is 22%. Farm technician and consultant 17%. Feed, healthcare and equipment is 13%. And hatcheries owners and operation is 17%. Mud crab harvester 8%. And seafood retailer 10%, and processor 9%, and others 40%. This is the scenario of the 11% peoples of Bangladesh. Next slide, please. And his biodiversity status in 260 freshwater species. Here, 3 species is already extinct, and critically endangered is 3%, and endangered is 12%, vulnerable is 10%, and lower risk is 27%, and least concern is the number of species is 122 species, and data deficiency is 16%. Next slide, please. This is the three species which are extinct: Labio nandina, Torkudri, and Chana barca. Next slide, please. Socio-eco-friendly technology applied to enrich the production and biodiversity of Bangladesh. Here, the technology of aquaculture, to develop aquaculture sector by applying technology of intensive, semi-intensive culture, and minor percentage of traditional method is also practiced. Here, culture methods is carp polyculture and small scale polyculture of mola, catfish polyculture, monoculture, koi, pangas, thai, sorputi, tilapia, etc. Case culture, pedicam fish culture, and culture like this. The next slide, please. And the native fish is here, it is known to you. The native fish is katla, rui, mrigal, kalbasu, gonia, shornputi, and bata. It is cultured. Next slide, please. Here is the list of exotic fish which is are going to introduce aquaculture. That is Pontius. There is Pontius gonotonias, Thysorpodi, bighead, silver carp, grass carp, black carp, common carp, and mirror carp, Thai pangas, tilapia species like this. Next slide, please. And here we are developing small scale aquaculture practice in Bangladesh. That is Ompok Pabda. We are practicing with this species, and this is a very good aquaculture in my country. This is the Ompok Pabda. Next slide, please. It's a very, and Mr. Kebesias, it is Gulsa. It is also practicing in my country. Next slide, please. Mr. Stangra is also practice in my country. Just for this is the string fish that you have to pronounce string. It is also practice in my country, and it's a good aquaculture practice. And Magur Clasiabatracus is also a good aquaculture practice in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. And Anabas testimony Vietnamese, that is climbing parts. Native is condition is endangered, but Vietnamese and Thailand koi is culture is running. Chana study of the Vietnamese shoal is already ongoing process. Next, please. And mola, my mola culture is also practiced in my country. It is now breeding, and it is culturing with carp culture. And culture of chitol, it is also breeding technology is developed and is culturing is not chitola. Next slide, please. And culture of pangas, it is a very important issue. Pangasius hypothalamus, it is an exotic species. Contribution of fish production is 23.24% of total production. And the culture production is growing rapidly, but now it is going an ups and down position because the rate of marketing rate is very poor, and the ingredients rate, the feed rate, and other culture ingredient rates is high. So the farmers are now not so interested to produce pangas, but they are culturing more or less. And in culture of tilapia is increasing. This is the increasing scenario of the tilapia culture. This is the regression type is logarithmic regression type, and the contribution of total production is 16.64% total production. Next slide, please. And production of pond. Here is the excellent result of our pond aquaculture. Here, 1983 to 84 to last year, what is happening? 1983-84, the production was 0.1079, and last year the production was 1.9746 million metric ton. It is a remarkable. Next slide, please. And seasonal culture water body, it is also increasing. The regression type is exponential. And production of bower, it is also increasing. And here is the barograph, the scenario of increasing the production. Next slide, please. And now I am going to discuss about Hilsa production trends over last 2 decades. What is happening in case of our Hilsa? Hilsa is a very important species in not only Bangladesh, it is in the world. That is it is a popular fish. And next slide, please. This is a growing increase here. Here is a Hilsa conservation management. It is a very important management technology to increase the Hilsa production. Not only Hilsa production, it is the technology of production of all kind of species in the river. National Hilsa contribute 12.15% of total production comes from Hilsa. Hilsa sector contributes on livelihood and coastal fishers. Hilsa production increased 1.99 to 5.33 lakh metric ton between 2003-4 to 2017-19. That is last year. The growth rate is 4.19%. Hilsa has been declared as a geographical indicator of Bangladesh. Activities implemented for production. The conservation of root Hilsa is peak spawning season is September and October. Then there is a ban period of spawning 4 days before full moon, 1 day full moon, and 17 days after full moon. Banning illegal catching of Zatka and provide food grains to fishermen during the ban period of Zatka catching. Last, please. Next slide, please. And 4th century zones are identified. Mainly 6 zones are now identified for the management of Hilsa fishery. Here is the very close to the Bay of Bengal, to the upper side of the Bangladesh. That is Meghna River, and we are going to implement this management. Next slide, please. And during 1718, about 8,16,658 metric ton rice distributed to the 4,08,329 Zatka fishermen of coastal 35 districts. At the same time, inputs of alternative income generation, AIG distributed to both 32,509 fishers families. Hilsa production has doubled in the meantime, and some activities of the ban period here. Next slide, please. Here the production of river and estuary. Here and the production of floodplain. Next slide, please. And floodplain management, there is a stocking of fingerlings including endangered species in our floodplain. Every year, natural recruitment of carp and other native fishes are declining due to loss of habitat by siltation, pollution, over-exploitation of fish, collection of fish fry from natural resources, introduction of exotic species without proper research, discriminate use of pesticide for crop production, etc. They improve the productivity from open water, initiated regular program of releasing fingerling in floodplains. In 1817, last year, the releasing fry number was 48,998 metric ton. And extra fish production was found 0.456 million metric ton per hectare. Next slide, please. And floodplain management established on bill hatchery. It is another technology to increase the production of bill nurseries. Also floodplain management, and area of the bill nursery is 14,770 hectare, and number of producing fingerling was 120.30 million number, and total fish production of bill nurseries was 1.103 million metric ton per hectare last year. Next slide, please. This is the technology. How it is the technology is implemented. First of all, a group formation in the bill side, the open water side, and nursery preparation, and liming, and release spawn, and feeding, and sampling. Next slide, please. And fingerling release, and grazing field, and implementing Fish Act, and there is the production and marketing. This is the technology of bill nursery. Production of bill during 2011-12 to 2018-19, and there is the scenario of the production. Regress time is polynomial. The production is increased, which is discussed. Next slide, please. And production of captile during 2011-12 to 2018-19. Here is another increasing trends of Kattai Lake. Establishment of fish sanctuary. Fish sanctuary is a scientific approach to conserve and propagate fish, including endangered species. About a total number of 532 sanctuaries have established in different selective water bodies and manage these fish sanctuaries by the local beneficiaries by fisheries community, and protect and conserve fish species from extinction and save the status of aquaculture, aquatic biodiversity. At the same time, record abundance of endangered species like chital polycalbosla, like these species are found. And fish habitat rehabilitation is another technology. To restore this habitat, governments has taken various initiatives. During last 6 years, 2,100 hectare water area are re-excavated or excavated through 10 development projects. And beside the 2016-17, 280 hectare water was re-excavated or excavated, and about 3,000 metric ton additional fish per year production is additional fish production was recorded. Apply activities of commodity-based fisheries management to improve fish habitat and result create employment opportunity and increase income of local beneficiaries. Next slide, please. This is another technology in our country. There only one river is now natural breeding ground for conservation. That is Halda River. It is situated in Chittagong, and the hatchery production is last year was 191 kg. And next slide, please. Next. And this is the scenario of the production. What is happening? The spawn production of Halda, genetically improved spawn production. This is the scenario of 2011 to last year. And it is the production is up and down. It depends on ecosystem of the river. Last year, the production was only 191 kg spawn. Next slide, please. And examples of pen farming in potential water bodies. It is a open water management technology. Pen farming is it is one type of enclosure fish culture, and the bottom of the enclosure is from river, bill, and any other water body bottom. Pens are constructed nylon and polyethylene mesh nets with traditional bamboo fences. Total fish production has been increased. Next slide, please. There is a scenario of the pen farming production in Bangladesh. It is increasing. It is increasing day by day. Next slide, please. This is the scenario of cage culture in potential water bodies. Cage is blocked with nets and bamboo and floats in water. Cages are usually floated in raft. Cage is totally enclosed on all but the top side of mesh and netting. And fixed cages are used in shallow water is appropriate muddy bottom. Total fish production has been increased 0.03523 metric ton to 0.02802 lakh metric ton last year. Next slide, please. Here is the scenario of the cage culture production during 2011-12 to last year. Next slide, please. Here is the culture technology of Kuchia, that is Monopterus kuchia. Next slide, please. This is the control natural breeding technology, which is discovered in Bangladesh. This technology is invented by me, and we are producing Monopterus kuchia spawn production and fingerling production. This is the technology. Next slide, please. And culture of Monopterus kuchia technology is developed by two technology. One is aquaculture method. Upper scenario is aquaculture method, and natural resource management is the bottom scenario. Next slide, please. Major action regulation. Major action regulation are applied to increase the production of fish production. Here is the very important action regulation is Fish Feed and Animal Feed Act 2010 and Hatchery Fish Hatchery Act 2010. It is these two acts is very, very important for quality feed and quality seed. Next slide, please. Climate change and fisheries sector. Here, what is happening? Soil institution into the groundwater, increase harmful algae bloom and release toxin in water. In decrease dissolve oxygen, increase incidence of diseases, and enhance breeding and growing season, alter the ecosystems also, and changes the location and migratory route of famous species, and loss of area available for aquaculture, and considerable coastal area may go under saltwater within 2030, it is assumpted, and loss of mangrove that acts as nursery area for many fish species, decline river water level, and low water flow, shrinking dry season water area, and destruction of flora and fauna biodiversity, and losses of ecosystem health. Next slide, please. An ID card of fishers. In my country, it is listed the final the listed of fishers, and ID card is already delivered to the fishermen. It is completed. It will be completed. Challenge of fisheries sector. World population will be grown from 6.9 billion to 9 billion, and the global cereal demand to feed such population will grow from 2.1 billion ton to 3.0 billion ton in 2050. The population of Bangladesh will rise up and would be a great challenge to secure the dietary demand of the increasing population. The sustainability in aquaculture in Bangladesh is under tremendous stress due to Corona or the COVID-19 effect, Ampan storm effect, and destroy 6.70 core beluga fish, and lack of quality seed and quality feed, flood affected pond aquaculture, continuous decline in water area, increasing population growth, challenging climate condition, and become regularly and vulnerable to the hazard of climate change, that is flood, drought, and salinity, and depleting water resources, declining production through indiscriminate chemical. Next slide, please.
Chakravarti sir,
yes.
Due to we are running out of time, please manage to do it as
now fisheries sector as risk. Okay, I shall trying to change sector at risk due to COVID-19. Both lives and livelihood are at risk, and COVID-19 pandemic at the local level in the markets, especially in countries already affected by hunger and other crises. The shock affected significant elements of both food and supply and demand, and post relaxation and processes are operating at reduced capacity, which keeps the prices minimal and poor market absorption. Border closure and contract market supply chain and trade disruption are restricting people's access to diverse and nutritious sources. And demand of food will decrease, prices should go down and go down. The significant slowdown all economics of the world, and especially the most vulnerable ones. As unemployment rates have risen, COVID-19 economic influence will be felt more. Demand and prices should be decreased, and this will be have a negative effect and hamper farmers from farming and fish product from processing, shortage of feed, fertilizer like this. And this is the current scenario of production, its supply chain due to COVID-19. What is happening? Marketing and transport on 21% decrease, fish prices 15%, limitation of feed and chemicals, and transport on 14%, closing salining center and feed and other ingredients 8%, and high rates of feed and other ingredients 11%. After all, this scenario is anyhow, these people are suffering very much seriously due to COVID-19. They are going to without job, and some of jobless. Next slide, please. And positive scenario of COVID-19 and risk aquatic biodiversity, river floodplains and estuary due to stop of industrial influence, increased production of fish and other aquatic fauna due to increased fishing pressure, and this biodiversity of coastal area and mangrove area. The regional extinct fish species should be regenerated, and production of fish hilsa would be increased. Next slide, please. recommendation. The action plan effort for saving the stock of fishes to implement hillside fishery management technology and this ecosystem of the river, declared the basins of the river as conservation, upgraded the management methods for the conservation, enforce fishing rules, control over exploitation and illegal fishing, and prohibition and harvesting of brood fishes, ensure sufficient flow in the water, and overcome the pandemic COVID-19 situation, continue fish production to avoid disruption to the fish supply chain and keep international trade. Taking necessary precaution, food, medicine must continue to flow the fishers and arrange collection centers closer to producer by maintaining strict physical distance measuring and continue stocking of fingerlings in the river and floodplain, which will ensure the food supply for the next year and ensure digital tools to improve communication on access points of the food delivers to reduce the risk of COVID-19, short-term and long-term interest-free financial assessment of rural real stakeholders for aquaculture to be ensured to the government, reduce import tariff when government thinks is appropriate to minimize temporarily reduce VAT and other taxes and avoiding any trades restriction, avoid hampering the production fish, and technical service should be confirmed for the experts due to nationwide lockdown. Next slide, please. This is my presentation. Thank you to all. I have lost my time for the presentation for this situation. I am very much sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there is any question from the participant, may raise within a minute. And I would like to ask Brahmapuri Karsar, be ready for the vote of thanks. Is there any question from the participant?
Hello.
Over to Dr. P.V. Brahmapuri Karsar.
Thank you, sir. I am here for vote of thanks for this plenary session in the second day afternoon slot. All the delegates, dear friends, researchers, and the academicians, highly ranked academicians we have received today. Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi, he is Pro Vice Chancellor of Burdwan University, West Bengal. He was having a marathon meetings today. I time and again was knocking him, sir, please, you get a spare time for us for your best lecture so that all will receive the best feast of yours. So thank you very much, sir. You have given a very much lucid lecture on your topic. Thank you very much, sir. You have given a spare time. Thank you very much. It was the next person, Dr. Sandeep Arya. He also was busy today, but he has a very good spare time. He focused on his topic, and I should say thank you to Dr. Sandeep Arya. Thank you very much, sir. You have given a very much lucid lecture. Thank you very much. And I am very thankful to Dr. Vishwas Sembekar. Not only thank you, but I should say that he has networked this conference. He initially had a contact with Dr. Professor Lab, then Dr. A.K. Verma, and that network was very fruitful. And we are looking these fruits today, last day and today only, a 2-day international conference that was really a fruit from Dr. Shembekar, and we were continuously in linked with last 2 months. So thank you, Dr. Vishwas Sembekar. Thank you very much. And once again, I say that Dr. Vishwas Sembekar has focused on such a topic which is totally new, biofloc, which was when we discussed that what is biofloc. It was a very new trend. He has started in his own native town at Latur. So we are going to discuss after this particular international conference that new trend, and he is going to arrange a training center there for bike law. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Shembekar. Then we are having Professor Binay Chakravarti, a great scientist from Bangladesh. Time and again, I was knocking him, and he responded very much. He was also running out of time, but he responded us and have focused on the present scenario of Bangladesh aquaculture. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Then we got one a very different personality. These all were academicians. We received one bureaucrat from Maharashtra government. He was Abhay Deshpande. He is now heading as Assistant Commissioner, Department of Fisheries, Pune in Maharashtra government. He is in actually practice. He visits Pune zone and Nasik zone. Nasik zone he has been additionally charged. So he time and again visits the dams and executes the all the schemes run by central government, state government, and crores of rupees. There are these central government and state government. Both are funding crores of rupees on different schemes, and he gets all the executed the schemes to run successfully. So actually he was running out of time. From very early morning, he was busy with his minister, with his departmental in that also he has given us his valuable time. So I am very thankful to Mr. Abhay Deshpande. Thank you very much, sir. Over to Deshpande, sir.
Thank you, Brahmapurikar sir. Now the next session is oral and poster presentation. Now for this session, I would like to call upon Miss Dr. Prabha Chitrakar, Senior Vice President, Nepal Aquaculture Society, Kathmandu, Nepal, be the chairperson of this oral and poster presentation with co-chairperson Dr. S.S. Jagtap, Professor and Head, Department of Zoology, Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani. May I request Prabha Chitrakar Madam be a chairperson of this oral and poster presentation session, and as well as I also request Dr. S.S. Jagtap sir be the co-chairperson for this session. I would like to announce on behalf of the convener of this seminar that all the participants as well as chairperson and co-chairpersons that you should ask the presenter to stick the time limit. Yesterday it was a very nice session although, but we took a lot of time for oral and poster presentation session. For this session, may I request chairperson as well as co-chairperson to ask the presenter to finish in time so that we can be able to organize another session that is valedictory. Over to Chairperson Prabha Chitrakar Madam as well as Dr. S.S. Jagtap sir. Over to you. I hope you get the list of presenters. Chitrakar
Yes, sir.
Madam, did you get the list? Do you get the list? Jagtap sir?
Yes, sir. Namaskar. Yes, I got the list.
Okay, you may proceed, sir.
Okay.
Should I proceed, sir?
Yes, madam, you can.
Yeah.
Madam, go.
Yes, I'd like to welcome all the world presenters who are going to present in this session. Without delaying the time, I would like to call upon Mrs. Geeta Bhushal. Geeta Bhushal from Melbourne, Australia. Is she present here?
Yes, ma'am. Hi. Namaste.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah. Do I need to open my video or can I do it without video?
Yeah, you can if you have.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Good evening and good night from Australia. It's already almost 11:30 here. And today I'm going to talk about taxonomic investigation of commercially important freshwater fishes in Australia. Okay, talking about taxonomy in Australia, they have got around 400 species of fishes has been discovered, but among them 3,800 species 4,000 and 3,800 species only described. So I have mentioned 3,800 species. And as we all know, Australia is like a small continent in world, and it have got almost most of the places are like it have got really lack of freshwater resources like rivers, cascades, watershed. So they have got really limited number of freshwater fishes. They are limited to 280 species. And commercially, as my topic is commercially important freshwater fishes, so they have got almost 450 species they are endemic, and they have got 100 species they are imported ones. And mainly in Australia, salmon, tuna and trout, they are in high demand, especially in salmon. As we know, because of COVID, I couldn't be in field. It's all based upon my secondary resources. So based upon that, what I have found is salmon is also like salt tolerance fish, but what I have found it is also freshwater as well. It's originated from marine, but now it can tolerate, like it can be cultured in freshwater as well as tuna and trout. They are really high in demand. And aquaculture, as we okay, and talking about this salmon, it's gonna continue to dominate in aquaculture for upcoming several years, worth to $83 million in Australia. And salmon is low in saturated fat compared to other popular like proteins, so most of the Australian they prefer salmon, and it's really good for babies as well. And Murray cod is like really high in demand. It's like only freshwater fishes, and it's endemic to Australia. And it's the largest freshwater fishes, and due to alteration in habitat, climate change and like temperature fluctuation, it's in endanger. And talking about this silver pork, it's also an endemic fish, but most of the as I already have, like I have lots of friends who are like doing like aquaculture, as well as I have got lots of people who are like who have got their own shop in fish, but they don't prefer silver pork now because it have got lots of like disease and it's really hard to culture. And golden pork, they like most of the Australian they prefer to like to culture golden pork because it's really fast growing fish, but it's muddy in taste. I don't prefer it, but most of the Australian they prefer golden pork. And can we go next? And barramundi, it's best fish in Australia. Most of, as we all know, Australia is multicultural country. All the Asian they prefer barramundi, but not like Australian or European, they don't prefer barramundi, but most of the Asian they prefer barramundi, and it's really good in taste. And the main thing is it doesn't have any hormone, and it doesn't gonna harm the babies as well. So they prefer, like most of the Asian they prefer barramundi. And all right, yeah, I think all right, yeah, thank you. Freshwater, yeah, they have got lots of trade in freshwater fishes. As we all know, freshwater means like Australia, they don't have much freshwater resources.
On your time.
All right, yeah, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Even though this is late night, which is difficult for you, so we must say good night to you.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to thank you, ma'am, because you are the only one who inspired me to do this research and do these presentations. I really want to thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next presenter is Miss Robina Gupta Kalwal from Kathmandu, Nepal.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Dr. Suresh, can you share her slide?
Yes, Rabina, you can share your screen.
visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, yes.
Please proceed.
Good evening and namaste to everyone. I am Rabina Gupta from Nepal, here to speak on spatiotemporal abundance of the zooplankton Paramecium chordatum Bagmati in Bagmati River, Kathmandu, Nepal. So here we start. Aquatic biodiversity is the variety of life and their interactions in aquatic system. They support wide range of aquatic organisms. Bagmati River was a good source of fish and fisheries, but due to day by day increasing human activities, fish species, planktons, and zoobenthos are dwindling fast. The quality and quantity of aquatic organisms depend on the physical, chemical, and biological parameters of the environment. To assess the condition of riverine water, the Bagmati River, zooplankton were studied, and among them, because the zooplankton Paramecium chordatum was easily identified and it was noticed easily, so it was taken for the study. The main objective of the research was to study the spatiotemporal abundance of Paramecium chordatum and to study the seasonal variation in the abundance of Paramecium chordatum in Bagmati River, Kathmandu, Nepal. So this research was conducted near one of the most sacred Hindu temple of Nepal, that is Pashupatinath, which is located on the both banks of Bagmati River. 3 study sites were selected. They are Sundarijal, Pinglasthan and Johar. Sundarijal was selected as Site 1 because it was out of human activities, and Pinglasthan as Site 2 because it was facing quite interactions due to human activities. And the same river at Chowar was selected as Site 3 because it was facing complete influence of human activities. So the physical chemical parameters of Bagmati River in the 3 sites were done at monthly intervals from 7 to 9 am from November 2018 to May 2019. Water temperatures, velocity and pH was measured in 3 different sites, and the sampling of Paramecium chordatum was done by using plankton net, and it was collected filtering 20 liter of water using 20 liter bucket, and they were fixed and preserved in formalin and carried out to the laboratory for the further analysis. So results are discussed in tabulated form here. And so here we can see the abundance of Paramecium chordatum. So most abundant in Pinglasthan, less in Sundarijal and least in Chowar. So here we can see the microscopic view. And the conclusion drawn was the physical-chemical parameters of the abundance of Paramecium chordatum showed some interrelationship. These were helpful to understand the spatiotemporal and seasonal variation of zooplankton. And the present study showed that the abundance of Paramecium population varies seasonally, and it showed direct or indirect relationship with the physical-chemical parameters. The peak population of the Paramecium chordatum in winter is due to less and high pH. So I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to SOD and all the faculty members of Department of Zoology, President of NEPWAS, Professor Dr. S.N. Lav, Professor Dr. Rakesh Prasad Bhagat, Associate Professor Prabhat Chitrakar, and all the members of Organizing Committee of International Wave Conference RAFA 2021. So thank you. Here I end my presentation.
Thank you, Ravina, for a nice presentation within a limited time. So the next presenter is Niharika Pandey, Maharishi University of Information Technology, Lucknow. Is he present here?
Yes, ma'am. Niharika, ma'am, please proceed.
Oh.
Niharika, ma'am.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Please start your presentation, ma'am.
Good evening, sir, ma'am, and DICE member. Myself, Niharika Pandey. I am pursuing PhD from Maharishi University of Information Technology. My research studies impact of behavioral response of a freshwater fish, that is Heterogonistus fossilis. And pesticide are the next slide, please, sir. Pesticide are common pollutants of freshwater ecosystem where they persuade antagonistic effect on the aquatic biota. Malathion, a widely used organophosphate insecticide, and used outdoor to control a wide variety of insects in agricultural settings. It considered to possess relatively low toxicity compound with other organophosphate. It inhibit the acetylcholinesterase, and that's why it damages the nervous system of organism. Next slide, please, sir. Okay. Fish are very sensitive to the change in their aquatic environment. Pesticides exposure may also fatal to many non-target organisms, leading to the death of the fish. And present studies aim to study the toxicological effect on behavior, histopathological and morphological change in fishes exposed to malathion. And the main objective is of this research is the study of behavioral change in of induced fish. Okay, next slide, please, sir. Okay, and effect of different concentration of malathion on the morphology of Histophanestes fossilis. Result documented the specific site of malathion action among morphological change, discoloration of skin, chemical deposition on skin, and aquarium lesion were also recorded. The schooling of treated fish was found weakened at higher dose 75 mg per liter. Scale depletion start. Skin lesion observed from dorsal to lateral side of the body of fish. Lesions were deepened, copious mucus, clumping of gills increased with the effect of different concentration of malathion of fish behavior. And at the 30 days of exposure, fish shows more surface air gulping, restlessness, escaping movement, erratic swimming, and loose schooling. And in 60 days of exposure, they shows jerky movement, restlessness, loss of balance, and also loose schooling and erratic swimming were observed in exposed fish. Next slide, please, sir. Fish became less active and less responsiveness to external stimuli and food. Skin was found peeling off more with increased hemorrhagia and skin rashes on body surface, particularly in opercular and caudal region, along with skin color fading in exposed fish. And this is the parameter, that is resting period, opercular movement, air gulp, and edge jerk. And it increase with increase in concentration of malathion. And next slide, please, sir. And this is the loss of balance, surfacing, circling, mucus secretion, hyperactivity, schooling, tail wagging, and increase with day. They also change in their behavioral activity. Next slide, please, sir. And this is morphological change. In control, all or disappear when it exposed with malathion. They shows this activities like discoloration of skin, lesions on skin, shedding of scale, mucus secretion, sedimentation of chemical on body, muscular bleeding, lumping of gills, and all fins damage. And histopathological analysis, gill, liver, and kidney of Histophanestes fossils treated with malathion, those were obtained for histopathological investigation. And these are the histopathological change on Histophanestes fossilis. Next slide, please, sir. And these are microscopic view of all of effect of malathion on Histophanestes fossilis gills. And these are also gills with day, and these are also my slides with increase with day and concentration. Next slide, please, sir. Next slide, please, sir. These also view of histopathological change. These are also histopathological change in kidney, and these are livers, and this is kidney change. Next slide. Conclusion. I observed the toxicity of malathion on the morphology, behavior, and histopathology of Histophanestes fossilis. Morphological change like discoloration of skin, chemical deposition of skin, and aquarium and lesions. Histopathological studies revealed marked alteration in gill structure of Histophanestes fossilis exposed to malathion, including epithelial lifting, hypertrophy, lamellar blood sinus dilation, and epithelial rupture. Liver of Histophanestes fossilis become more fertile and darker in color after acute and chronic exposure of malathion. Chloride, but no tumor-like outgrowth is seen in anywhere in liver. In kidney, hypertrophy of glomerulus exhibit. The glomerulus in the woman's capsule exhibit shrunken or clumped condition and leading to wide escape in the capsule, the disshaped glomer. And thank you, sir and ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And thank you to all my DICE members. And especially thanks to my ma'am, Dr. Professor Madhulika Singh, and Prabha ma'am, who organized this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And the next presenter is Mr. Sanjay T. Pekhale. GMT Art and BS Commerce and Science College, Sinar. Please, are you present here?
He is not there, madam. Please proceed another name.
Dr. Chaya Arun Khilare, late Puspa Devi Patel Art and Science College, Usim. Dr. Chaya Arun.
Dr.
He
Chaya
also not
Khilare.
there, ma'am.
Is
He
also not here.
there.
So next is Dr. Sachin N. Naide, Department of Zoology, late Pundalikaro Gowali Art and Science Mahavidyalaya.
Dr.
Usman,
Sachin
same.
Taide, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Naveen sir, PPT. Okay, Dr. Taide, sir.
Yes, good evening to the Honorable Chair and the co-chair of the session. Dr. Sachin Taide from Department of Zoology, late Pundalikara Gowali Arts and Science Mahavidyalaya, Shirpur Jain, District Washington. And my topic of presentation is an impact of tilapia on native ecology, problems and prospects in India. Here, the tilapia, it belongs to the family Cichlidae, which primarily the freshwater fish and are found in the tropical America, mainland Africa, and Madagascar and the southern Asia. Now, this fish is introduced throughout the world and is now farmed in the 135 different countries. These are the 4 different species which are commercially important. That is the Mozambique tilapia, blue tilapia, then the Nile tilapia, and the red belly tilapia. So this fish is introduced throughout the world. It is only due to the certain features of the tilapia. This tilapia is a prolific feeder, fast growing. It is adaptable to wide range of the environmental conditions, consumed domestically. Then it is contributed to the basic food security for society. It provides the socio-economic benefits for vast number of the poor people. It is relatively affordable. It doesn't taste very fishy, and therefore popularly it is known as the aquatic chicken. There are certain threats of farming this fish along with the native species of the Indian subcontinental water. And if these invasive species become economically valuable, these people may introduce these in the previously uninvaded region. This constitutes a huge threat to the local biodiversity as well as the food security in the region. Overpopulation of the species affected the fisheries of the several reservoirs and the lakes. This includes irreversible degradation of the ecosystem, the silent extinction of the native species which are being cultivated in the Indian subcontinental water due to the farming of this fish, this tilapia. Again, there is a threat to the local fauna. As far as the India is concerned, or the Indian water bodies are concerned, in India, tilapia, that is the Oreochromis mozambica, was introduced in 1952. Later on, there was a ban on the tilapia farming in 1959, and the government lifted the ban for culture of the Nile tilapia in 212, albeit with the strict guidelines. And here in the private sector, only 4 fish farmer groups are there which are allowed, which are permitted to farm the fish, to farm this tilapia. And in government sector, only 2 firms are there. That is the Rajiv Gandhi Center for Aquaculture and the Research and Development Department of the Marine Product Export, that is MPEDA. But though only these 6 agencies are there for farming the fishes, but still there is a remarkable catch is being found in the local fish markets, and due to which it is urgent need to undertake a well-planned research program to assess its impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tayade, for your nice and informative presentation. And the next presenter is Dr. R.
Yeah,
Solanke.
Solonke.
Art Commerce College, Maharashtra.
Yes, ma'am. Are you audible?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, for good evening, all. My topic is the impact of physical parameter on Upper Murna Reservoir, Medshi, Maharashtra. I am Dr. Megha Solanke, Head and Assistant Professor on the Art Commerce College, Forward Bakal, District Buldana, from the Zoology Department. The water of the Upper Murna Reservoir was used by the local people not only for drinking purpose but also for washing clothes, utensils, purpose, cleaning animals. Therefore, it is important to maintaining the water quality by studying different parameters. In which, due to lack of time, you can study only the physical parameters. Like first, the color. Color of the water appears variable all over the year, like olive green, yellow. Green may be due to the phytoplankton. Next slide, please. Green may be due to the zooplankton or phytoplankton present on the water, and yellowish may be due to the monsoon drainage. Then next is the temperature. Temperature of the water also fluctuate, in which the lowest temperature are often in November, December, and highest May, June. Likewise, the climate temperature, water temperature also changes, in which the parameter affected due to the flora and fauna, and the reading are temperature are 18.25 to 29.25. Then the first year, this is the result of first year. Then next year reading was the 19.15 to 29. That is the temperature fluctuate only in the June or May temperature. Then temperature fluctuation on air temperature indicate that sample collected by shallow water zone, because air temperature is direct relevance with the shallow zone given by the wells. It is the reference also given by the TKK. Then higher in the month of May and June, which reference given by also the Kamle, Itan and Pandey. This is the discussion on the temperature which is fluctuated in the mostly the summer season. Next slide, please. Then pH. pH of the water also increases in the summer and pre-monsoon and decreases in winter due to the fluctuation in the showing result that the pH found maximum in summer and minimum in winter. The highest pH in the summer may due to the removal of sufficient amount of CO2 in the process of photosynthesis done by aquatic ecosystem. It is also given by Solanki. Then pH result was in the my dam was from the 7.22 and fluctuate to 8.10 in the January to December, and then 7.13 to the 8.16. That is not very changes in the pH, but variable changes seen all year the year. Next slide, please. Some of the reservoir increases the pH in the monsoon season reported by the Japan et al. Because the organic and inorganic solutes are also fluctuate the pH. Not only physical parameter changes, but also the respiration, photosynthetic activity takes by the biological parameters like zooplankton, phytoplankton, which may changes the pH concentration of the water. Next slide. Then conductivity. All over the water body of Upper Morna Reservoir is the maximum covered with the field area. Therefore, the organic matter influence the water conductivity. In the rainy season, organic soil are also artificially drained in the water. Therefore, the conductivity of water changes. Next slide. The mean value of the conductivity given in the graph are ranges from the 18.25 to 29 during the first year study, and during second year 19.50 to 29. That is the first year, second year, not much influences, but the influences seen in the graph are showing the monthly fluctuations. The conductivity may increases in the rainy season and decreases in the winter. The conductivity was lower in the winter season, reported also by the Pandyan et al., which is the reference given. The certain controversial report also seen that the heavy, due to the heavy load all side of lake, the conductivity higher in the winter. It is the cross reference. Then turbidity. Turbidity observed in the month of June and all are the monsoon, and minimum in the December. That is, turbidity may increase in the rainy season due to the loaded of the chemicals by the drainage water. Then monsoon season the result of the turbidity are 5.20 to 9.14. In the next year, 5.68 to 9.40. That is also the same. Then turbidity found difference in the month of February due to human activity decreases in the water level reported by the Manjre and Ital. Then TDS, total dissolved solids, major amount of particles are dissolved in the water, that is nitrates, calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, iron, carbohydrate and bicarbonate. The result of the TDS are 28.236 and 27 to 32 in the next year, which is may the show some of the difference and which is may increase in the rainy season and decrease in the winter and summer. Due to agricultural land near the reservoir, runoff the reach is increase in the fertilizer, organic matter of the salt and aquatic water. Therefore, 391 ml of liter TDS found in the June and similar result found by the Makuda and Ital. Then they found the summer TDS in the season. Summer season, the TDS may be increase or decrease in the monsoon. All are the reference. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. These are the references. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for a nice presentation about the physiochemical parameter which is necessary for the fish diversity. And the next presenter is Dr. Yuvraj Malahari Bhosle, Assistant Professor, PG Department of Zoology, Nana Sahib YN 7 AS College, Salisbury. Are you present here?
No, ma'am, not visible. My PPT is not visible.
Now it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you so much. Evening one and all. Now I'm going to present my PPT on the topic studies on stereofaunal diversity of Manyat Reservoir, Chalisgaon district, Jalgaon, Kandya season, MS India. Next, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. In India, freshwater bodies occupy an area of 1.37 million hectares, in which the present investigation was undertaken to study the aquatic animals with reference to the fishes from Manyat Reservoir. This earthen dam is one of the major irrigation projects in this region. Now, Manyat River is catchment area is 913 square meters. The length and height of the dam is 1,410 meters and 32.51 meters respectively. India is having a very rich source of inland waters in form of lakes, reservoirs and rivers for sustained exploitation and simultaneous conservation of fishes, sources and the scientific information on biodiversity of stereofauna. Economic importance point of view and the scope of fish and fisheries, especially in this Khandis region of North Maharashtra, India. The present survey was undertaken to study the fish diversity. This is the study area and location of the dam and reservoir. Next, please. This is the water flow of reservoir or Manyat Dam. Next, please. Now, in the study, we have studied at the time of collection. The fish samples were collected every week seasonally during the study period with the help of skilled local fieldmen by various fishing crafts, gears with different measure size. Then Manyat Reservoir located right near the small village Nandre in Chalisgaon Taluka, you can say the Jalgaon district. Now, identification of the fishes we have done with the help of this previous literature. During the study period from August 2018 to November 2019, 33 species under 11 families and 5 orders were recorded. Cyprinidae family was dominant with 51.5% fisher species. Now, Bagaridae and Claridae contributes 9%. Siluridae and Heteropidae family represent 6%. Claridae and Neopteridae, Brachypelidae and Nandridae indicated 30% of the total fish species from this reservoir. As comparatively, if we see the number of workers I have studied from this region the diversity of steep funnel diversity from this region. For example, Patole 2014, SEC, as well as Chandran et al. 2019, we have discussed and reported 55 species belong to the 42 genera, 1 families and 9 orders, which is recorded from the tributary of Mahanadi, India. And we have collected different and various types of fishes from this region, from this reservoir. As common, as you know that rohu, katla, murgal, grass carp, and other species from the different families. Next, please. This is 11 families and number of species we have collected from this reservoir. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next, please. Now, this is the graphical presentation of steep funnel diversity from this reservoir. For example, Bagaridi represent 9%, Tenadi 9%, Chiludi 6%, Heterobridi 6%, and Cyprinidity was the dominant family in this orders in this region and represent the 17 species from these reservoirs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Vosley, for a nice presentation. So any question for the participant?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, then no question.
Hello, I am Sanjay Pekai.
Yeah. Now you can present your presentation.
Yes, madam, yes. My topic is physicochemical analysis of Thane Creek water. Next slide, please. Now, abstract physicochemical analysis of creek water, a water body nearer to river water or man-made activities put these creek, and in this water I am selected from Thane district, Ganpati Ghat, Ritibandar Road, Mumra, Ganpati Ghat, Khopri, Thane East, and the related areas, and observe the creek water in what way it is polluted. Now, for introduction, the creek is a small inlet of water of the seas to the land, and this creek has total different ecosystem as considered the other ecosystems, natural or artificial. For the last 50 to 60 years, the creek water has been heavily polluted, affected by human activities, man-made activities, because of soil erosion and other facts. But the flora and fauna from this creek water, it is valuable for mankind as a major food source, as a poor man's food. So the creek has polluted, and for this sake, in what way it is polluted, I am doing the certain methodology, and observation was made prior to collection of creek water, measuring their pH, measuring their turbidity, temperature content, the odor of creek water, and various salts, dissolved gases observed in creek water. Now, certain maximum experimental results it is to be obtained by analysis of creek water from Thane district area, observation of dissolved oxygen, nitrates, oxygen content, and other elements from experimental results, and it is useful for further research purpose. Next slide. Now, the important parameters in study of creek water, it is its pH, oxygen demand, biological oxygen demand, and similar views. It is to be implemented for study of creek water and their usefulness, and certain hazardous elements observed in creek water from Thane district. Next slide. Now, these are the locations I am already mentioned here. Then further slide. Now, from conclusion, the Saket Biodiversity Park, the maximum discharge of city nalas, untreated pollution, water effluents from several industrial area. It is put forth it is dumped in a creek water, and so this water get polluted and the flora and faunal peculiarity get depleted. Next slide. This is the references. Generally, this work is very useful for further research purpose as well as the researchers and scientists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay, for your nice presentation.
Thank
Now,
you.
Madam, sorry for the
I'd like to
disturbance.
request Dr.
Madam,
Siddhartha
Siddhartha
Kawade,
madam.
as she is not in my list. I don't know her address. So please, Siddhartha,
Madam.
Dr. Siddhartha, please.
Yes, madam. Please add the Sujata Kaude for the presentation and skip remaining two person and start the poster presentation immediately after that. Thank you, madam. Over to you.
Siddhartha, Dr. Siddhartha. Because
Dr. Sujata Kaude, madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani. Are you joined the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
So
Yes,
yes, sir. I hope you can hear me. Yes, sir. Please allow me to share the screen, sir.
Yes, you can share your screen, please.
Okay. Sir, I hope you all can see the screen.
Yes.
I hope you all can hear me. Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Sujata Kawade. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Zoology, Sri Shivaji Science College, Amravati. And the topic for my presentation is habitat fragmentation and its effect on the aquatic biodiversity. I hope you all can see the full screen now. Yes. Yes, first of all, the introduction. We know what habitats are. Habitats are the places where the plants and the animals, they live in a close association with their non-living counterparts. These habitats may be terrestrial or aquatic. Here I'm especially talking about the aquatic habitats. First of all, what is habitat fragmentation? Habitat fragmentation is the division of the habitat, especially here I'm talking about the aquatic habitat, into isolated fragments. Now, the result of this habitat fragmentation is habitat loss, and also there will be a change in the configuration of the habitat. And this will ultimately affect the species abundance, and it will lead to a decline in the global biodiversity. So what are the causes of this aquatic habitat fragmentation? The causes may be anthropogenic, that is man-made, or they can be environmental also. Now, as far as the anthropogenic or the man-made factors are related, construction of a dam in the path of a river, construction of roads or bridges or some housing developments may be the factors for this aquatic habitat fragmentation. Apart from this, the environmental factors can be floods or droughts that can be happening in the nature. Now here I have prepared a diagrammatic representation in which we can see in the very first diagram, it is just a diagrammatic representation. This is a river in which we can see the different types of plants, the aquatic animals, and the entire food chain and the food web can be easily visible. This is the river before the aquatic habitat fragmentation. Now this is a dam has been constructed in the path of a river. Now we can see the dam in the middle of the river, and we can see that the aquatic fragmentation has taken place because of this construction of the dam. Now what happens is, once the dam has been constructed, the running water of the river is converted into a stagnant water. So the animals so especially the animals which were in a habit of living or which were adapted to live in the running water, they are not able to acclimatize themselves or adjust themselves in the stagnant water of the river. So the food chain and the food web is affected. So the larger populations of the plants and the animals, they are converted into the smaller populations. Also, there is one effect, that is whenever we can find a smaller population, then in that case, we can see the effect of genetic drift, and we can see the process of inbreeding, which causes the expression of deleterious allele alleles. Now, these deleterious alleles will further reduce the smaller population to still smaller populations. So this can be a cause for the extinction of the species, and this is the result for the loss of biodiversity. So this is about here. I would like to conclude. In the conclusion, I've given some conservation and restoration measures. Now here, I would like to suggest there should be some awareness by educating the people, and it should also be the role of an individual to protect the ecosystem and the habitats as a whole. And whatever habitat fragmentation has taken place, the remaining intact sections should be protected by development of some buffer zones or some protection zones around the fragmented aquatic habitats. And the fifth point is legal action is very important, because it can reduce the effects of habitat fragmentation. Apart from that, reducing the human populations and reducing the climate change will definitely help to reduce the loss of biodiversity and will reduce the effect of habitat fragmentation. That was my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Desmond, should we continue the oral presentation or the poster presentation?
Madam, please go for poster presentation. Please, poster presentation.
For the poster presentation, yes, P. Satam.
Good evening. Hello. Hello.
Madam, call for the poster presentation. Presenter.
For the poster presentation.
Hello.
Yes, P. Satam, even in Punjabi.
Satam.
Hello.
Sachin. Sachin, sir, you are audible. You may present.
Okay. Okay. Now, last almost 10 months, we are going from Corona, this COVID-19 pandemic. There was another pandemic after that. That is avian influenza, bird flu pandemic situation is now emerging in this our Asian countries. Today I am presenting here with a review about this avian influenza pandemic, and I'm correlating it with fish farming. There are even there are certain there are 11 viruses. Among that, 5 these influenza viruses are able to infect human beings. Among that, H5N1, this one is very strong, which is 50 times danger than bird flu. It is 50 times danger than corona, this COVID-19. And because we in poultry, in traditional poultry, there is a direct relationship of human being and these birds. But like whatever we did during COVID-19, there was quarantining and social distancing that we can't maintain in this poultry and bird environment. That's why this one 50 times danger than other viruses. Another thing, there is some positive effects due to this bird flu. There is the demand for meat as well as fish. We can see in some areas, most of the areas, there is a very good demand for the fish. We can tell that there is very good, means there is now very scope for fishery. But in some of the news there, some of the news are there, some areas they ban poultry meat for eating, as well as they ban fish and meat also. That is a very bad wrong, we can tell very wrong. There are certain certain guidelines that if we implement that, we can use this poultry as well as fish and meat for eating purpose. There is this WHO, they also confirmed some cases that can be that human had infections during 2006 avian influenza time. Now we will see that what are the association between fish farming and poultry. There are some associations that poultry manure, we know that poultry manure is used for in fish ponds for fertilization of ponds, for production of algal blooms, as well as for sometimes the fish can be directly eat this poultry waste as a food. In some countries, especially in South Asian countries, this fish come poultry as well as fish come duck culture is going on. And this this we can see there is some association between fish farming and poultry. There now we will see this what are the possibilities of infections of bird flu due to consuming the mussels or fish meat. There are very low chances of or null chances, so we can tell that transmission to man through the consumption of raw or insufficiently heated mussels and trigger which can be trigger gastrointestinal infections. This virus which are extremely resistant to environment influences. By contrast, influenza viruses are more sensitive to environmental influences. Some of the examinations for from the samples from surface waters that confirm the trend of contagiousness of avian influenza viruses to decrease as salt content increases. So means we can tell that in marine water there are less chances, or brackish water. Uh, as there are unknown residual risks, consumers are advised not to eat raw mussels or raw fish collected or caught in the regions in which influenza virus has been detected. Human being, I mean, we can take care that during preparation of fishes, we can heat at least 10 minutes to 70 degrees at 70 degrees Celsius, which can definitely destroy the heat resistant, heat sensitive virus.
Please wind up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satyam, for a nice and informative poster.
Yes.
So the next poster presenter is Pangakar AU. Are you here? Pangakar AU, the poster need a value-added fish.
Madam, please go on to invite Shinde, Kalpesh Shinde.
Next poster presenter, I'd like to call upon Pangakar AU.
Call another person. He is not present there.
Yes, next one. Kalpesh Madhurkar Sinde. Yes.
Down to 9. Kalpesh Shinde, sir.
Kalpesh Madhukar Sinde.
Kalpesh sir, please unmute yourself. Kalpesh sir.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is it audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Kalpesh Shinde.
Kalpesh sir. Please unmute yourself and start your presentation. Kalpana, please start the presentation.
Kalpesh sir, please move your mobile away
Yes,
from
sir.
the laptop. Please remove mobile from the area. There is mobile,
So my,
it's echo sound.
so my topic is ornamental fish
Yes.
rearing and avenue for entrepreneurs. For last since 11 months, we are experiencing lockdown period, and we are stuck for some time. And now we are get released by step. And during this COVID season, COVID-19 pandemic situation, the people are becoming jobless, or they are losing their jobs and migrating to their hometown or villages where to which they belong. And nowadays in villages also there is unemployment. We can see that there is nothing going on due to COVID-19 pandemic situation. Unemployment is also there in villages, but there are some chances that we can earn a good money from our village. So due to this unemployment, we are or our colleagues are experiencing stress, and for this may be physically or mentally, and for to get this stress relief, must be get relaxed, and the best solution is watching ornamental fishes with God gifted colors. So when we enter in hospitals or malls or any corporate offices, we see, or in hotels also, we can see one aquarium set in front of us, or on the wall, or mounted on the table. And by looking the graceful colors, the I already told, the God gifted colorful ornamental fishes. They are due to their movements in water, free movements maybe, and they are not striking to anybody, one another. And this can be done in spherical shapes, conical shapes, or squarish aquarium also. The types are different. We can rear them in all glass tanks, FRP tanks, as well as bowls of glasses, and a number of material can we use for the fabrication of this ornamental aquarium tank. And these are relaxing our stress with their beautiful movements and their colors. So if we are talking about this avenue for entrepreneurs, Dr. Balasaheb Sawant Kukush Vidyapith Dapoli is having one faculty of fisheries in Ratnagiri, and research station at TMBS Mumbai, Panvel, Ratnagiri, and one ornamental, or we can say a fish rearing unit at Mulde, where we are having a hatchery unit of IMC and as well as ornamental fish cultures. So our fishes faculty is giving trainings to the training of all over Maharashtra. They may be engineers or doctors. They come to us and get training of 3 to 5 days, and they started their business or their hobby at their home or at their
Sir, please continue.
farms. So rearing fish in ponds aside your
Kalpesh sir, please
house
conclude.
is the hello.
Conclude, please.
So rearing fish in ponds aside your house is giving very much amount of income to you, and wholesalers and retailers come to your doorsteps to purchase these fishes. You need not to be go to market and sell them. So they are coming to your doorsteps, and we are making money. Our success stories are there also. 9 of our trainees recent batch had started their business in different parts of Konkan area as well as in Mumbai, and they are earning a good money. So this will be a good avenue for entrepreneurs, that is ornamental fish rearing. Thank you, sir.
Conclude yourself. Conclude yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving me opportunity to present my poster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Hello.
for a nice photographic poster. Next.
Hello.
Yeah, are you here? Yeah, you can proceed on your poster.
Hello.
New Dr. Pangarkar poster.
Pangarkar, AU.
Pangarkar, AU. Double in 2 or 4, both Pangarkar is the same one, sir?
Yeah, two different posters are there, I think. Okay, start your presentation. Pangarkar, sir.
Oh, your poster is not there.
Sir, poster is
So can I start?
Poster is not there.
Yeah.
Poster is not visible.
Sir, just wait. You have sent your poster in different format. Just wait for just 5 seconds.
जर तुम्ही कालचा क्लिक करताय आयडी लिंक दिली कालची लिंक आहे त्याच्यावरती घ्या आता जे मी पाठवलं ना
Stop, sir. If he is not ready, please ask. Call for the next one.
Yes, yes. Pangarkar, sir, you take your time. Then we will call to next Dr. Prakash Shingare, sir. Dr. Prakash E. Shingare. Dr. Prakash Shingare.
Talk to 2-3 names and ask them to ready for the poster presentation.
Yes, yes, sir.
Read out 2-3 names and call them to be ready for the presentation.
Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Okay. Continue. Okay. You are audible.
Okay. Here I am presenting the status paper on aquaculture and alternative alternative cropping system for inland saline affected soils of Western Maharashtra. I am the author of this paper, and our scientists from the research station are the co-authors. As we see globally, there is 1.5 million hectare of the agriculture land which being destroyed every year. And as far as our nation is considered, the India is having 13 million hectare land, which is an inland saline soil, and it mostly available in the different states, namely Haryana, Punjab, UP, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. Total 4.03 lakh hectare is the inland saline soil in our country. As far as the Maharashtra is considered, due to the prolonged sugar cultivation in certain districts like Satara, Sangli, Kolhapur, Baramati in the western Maharashtra has led to the salinization on large agriculture land, and which render them unfit for any agriculture activities. About 30,000 hectares of the land is presently lying ideal since last 20 to 30 years, which needs to be retained through sustainable interventions. And the reason behind the salinization is the excessive use of this land by the water and fertilization. Mainly the sugar cane cultivation belt in the Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur and Maharashtra. And specifically the soils are not having the sodium chloride. In our Maharashtra, there are two types of the soil. One is the coastal saline soil, which contains sodium chloride, while in western Maharashtra, the soils are called inland saline soils. They are sodic and alkaline in nature, and it contains high amount of salts, carbonate and bicarbonate. So inland, if we compare inland saline soil with the coastal saline soil, the inland saline soil having the alkaline pH, less AC, more organic carbon, calcium carbonate, high CEC and low ASP. And if we see we want to bring this land under cultivation, we have to go for this subsurface drainage, which is the viable agriculture intervention. However, it needs the high cost. It is to be undertaken with cluster approach. Since infrastructure cost, which is involved in the subsurface drainage system, which is a common drainage outlet, is very costly and it should be shared by the landholder. And that's why we have recommended that inland saline soil should be used for the aquaculture purpose, which is the viable intervention, viable alternative cropping system. Under aquaculture, there are freshwater pond farming and another species, that is the Litopenaeus venemi. Freshwater prawn, that is Macrobacum rosenbergi, it is the freshwater prawn, but it tolerates salinity up to 10 ppt. And in inland saline soil, the salinity ranges from 2 ppt to 7-8 ppt. So in this water, if we go for the freshwater prawn, it can be cultured very good, and production, whatever we have observed, Marine Product Export Development Authority of the Maharashtra, they have conducted trial with our College of Fisheries, and they have taken production 1000 to 1500 kg per hectare, which is the return in this, it is about 8 lakh to 10 lakh rupees per hectare. Another species we have introduced through Marine Product Export Development Authority is Litopenaeus venemi. It is brackish-water shrimp species, but it can be cultured in the inland saline water by acclimatizing to the low salinity. And if we go for this species, some farmers from the Kolhapur region, they have very successfully cultured this venemi species, and this is also very costly species, ranging from 400 to 500 rupees per kg. So if we utilize these saline lands for the aquaculture purpose, we can have the remunerative price, and both these species, they are fetching very high price, they are very tasty, they are having exportable price. So we can export these species to foreign countries also. So we have taken trials also in different areas, and they have shown that these two species can withstand in the inland saline water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next presenter is Sarika Mankar. Next poster presentation is Sarita Mankar.
Sir, Sarita Mankar is not presented.
Shamlala paఠవన ते Shamlala. Link feedback link.
Okay. So next presentation is presenter is Chaugule ND.
Type करा नाही जमणार तिला.
Chaugule ND.
Sir, we are running out of time. Please try to read out all the names. Those who are visible, call to them.
The next poster presenter is the Matter SY, Shingare SP, Sadavarti VR, and Sawan case. All the presenters will be ready for presentation.
हाँ sir.
If they are not ready, sir.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Today my topic is Pangasius fish and excellent candidate species for aquaculture review. Aquaculture is currently playing good role for the global fish production, and in meeting the rising demand of fishery products, culture of carp fisheries production is not feasible and is not longer considered considered capable of the sustaining the supply of fishery products needed to the meet growing global demand. Therefore, the alternate species is required for the aquaculture. There are several alternate species like pangases, tilapia, and pacu. Nowadays, culture in aquaculture. But for culture of tilapia, there is a need of permission from the government authority, and also the seed quality and guarantee is not fulfilled. But the pangasis is an excellent candidate species for the aquaculture. Because pangasis fish can be farmed under the monoculture or polyculture with the carp species. The species can grow to 1 to 1 kg in 1 year and annual yield of 10 to 15 tons per hectare. Nowadays, in cage culture also, pangasis fish also good for high stocking density. In 6 into 4 meters meter cube cage, we can get production 3 to 5 ton production of the pangasis. Globally, aquaculture production of pangasis catfish is about 4.2 lakhs tons, and one of the world largest, world fastest growing freshwater fishes in aquaculture. More than 100 countries worldwide consume pangasis fish and as a skinless and boneless fillets, sticks, and different value-added product because of very high nutritive values as the excellent sensory property of the pangasis fish meat. The acceptance of people towards the pangasis fish is increased day by day. And fish, the absence of the intramuscular muscular pin bones, the fish can be easily filleted. Development of different value-added product from the pangasis has good global acceptance and commercial potential. Therefore, it is a good scope to increase fish production by fish consumption due to the social and cultural changes in the recent years. Therefore, pangasis is a very good species for aquaculture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So next presenter is Maitar SY.
Yes, good evening all. Sir, kindly present my screen. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, continue.
This is not my, sir. My
What's the name
importance of
then?
freshwater crab culture.
Sorry?
Freshwater crab resources of importance of freshwater crab resources. Sir.
Yes, sir.
We don't have this title PPT. If you have your poster, then you can present.
Of
Okay.
freshwater crab resources to human population.
No, we don't have your presentation.
Sir, I already.
You please, do you have your presentation?
Yes, yes.
Jagtap sir. Jagtap sir.
You please share.
Maitar sir, your screen is not visible.
Actually, I don't have right now, sir. But actually, I have already sent to you in the morning as well as yesterday also. Sir, ask him to present orally. Jagtap sir, unmute yourself first.
Hello?
Jagtap sir, unmute yourself first. Jagtap sir. Jagtap sir, are you listening to? Jagtap sir.
येते आवाज मला बोला सर.
Chitrakar madam.
Sir, your screen is not visible, sir.
Okay, Jagtap sir, ask the next participant, please.
Next participant, Shingare SP. Shingare SP.
Next one. Savant
Then
KS.
Sadavarti VR. Sadavarti VR is ready.
Savant KS.
Savant KS.
Sir, if there
Hello?
is any
Hello?
Yes.
Please share my screen, Varsha Sadavarte. Sensor as a tool for...
Sadavarti VR, no?
Yes.
Okay, you can present.
Please share the screen.
Ma'am, can you please share by yourself?
I'm trying. Okay, let us see.
Yeah. What's your screen name?
Sensory as a tool for aquaculture.
No, your screen name.
My screen name is Varsha Sadavarte. VR Sadavarte.
Okay, you can share now.
Is it visible?
Oh, not now.
No, ma'am.
Not visible.
First, open your poster on background, then click on share screen option.
Yeah, I have taken that only. Just a minute. Share screen. Okay.
Sir, shall I present? Before that, after that, Sadarthi madam will present. My paper is, I am presenting paper of the Savant SS, status of ornamental fish.
I'm not able to present.
You can present by orally, you can.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay.
After my presentation, Sadarthi madam will present.
No, you start your presentation first.
Please share my presentation, status of ornamental fish entrepreneurs.
Yes, Savant case, no?
Savant case.
Okay.
Just now you have opened.
Sir, can I share? Varsha Sadavarte.
Yeah, please share, ma'am.
Okay, you share your screen.
Is it visible, sir?
No, it is now just opening. Yeah, okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, good evening to all the dignitaries present on the dais. The topic which presenting is sensor as a tool for sustainable aquaculture, as the conference is about the recent advancements in freshwater aquaculture. So what advancement in the aquaculture are recently being taken. So the in aquaculture, it is presented as a sustainable method to provide fish, but in reality, it is little far from being sustainable. When we talk about aquaculture, nowadays artificial intelligence has been used in many of the aquaculture sectors, so that the sensors which are the part of the artificial intelligence that are widely used for monitoring the water quality parameters. As you know, the water quality parameters for the fishes are very important for their growth and survival. So sensors are being employed in the tanks so that they are so that the physical parameters like the temperature, salinity, pH, all these parameters can be monitored 24 hours, and whatever the changes happen in the system, that can be rectified. The second important means tool as the sensor is the feed demand that is used for the fish. So it is very necessary as we all know that 50 to 80% of the cost goes for the feed of the fish. So to minimize the waste of the feed demand feeder, they are equipped with sensors, so they can they can sense the fish those are hungry, can feed the fishes according to their demand, and least waste of waste of feed can be achieved. So these are the what. So in this, what the sensor does, the sensor is actually which detects a major physical property and records and responds to it after it found any fault in the system. The sensor actually works with the convert stimuli, means like heat, light into an electrical signals. That signal passes and that converts into the binary code, and that it goes to the computer, and the further decisions are taken by the computer. Now that were the steps involved in the sensors. So in fish tanks, it is very important nowadays. It can also reduce the labor cost, as well as the proper monitoring of all the fish tanks can be done. So there are, for the conclusion, I am saying that not all technology can master it all. So we need some further outlooks into miniature system that can stimulate various contamination and parameters, contamination related to environmental hazardous to the environment that can also be encountered, and that can we can minimize the environmental deterioration. So for future prospectors, it is very necessary that the sensors should be persistent in aquaculture, and the sensor, the next thing is it should be low cost sensor should be made, so that the fish farmers who are not so well, they means in economic terms, they can also make use of it. And the future outlook are the acoustic, biological sensors are now the future tools of the future tools for monitoring aquatic animals, interpreting and providing decision support for farm operation. And it is very important for it can promote ecological, sustainable and intensification of aquaculture. So this is my small presentation. So thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next presenter
Sir,
is the Sawant case.
Shall I present Krupesh Sawant case?
Yes, yes.
Status of ornamental fish.
Yeah. Share your screen.
Hello, please share my presentation. Sawant case. Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Here I am presenting the paper on status of ornamental fish entrepreneurs in Sindhurgi district of Maharashtra. I am the co-author of this paper. The Sawant case is not available today, so I am presenting this paper, Dr. Shingare. The research station, which is at Mulde in Sindhurgi district, that research station is mainly for the freshwater fish and ornamental fish culture. And that research station specifically, that is the first and only one research station in Maharashtra which is working on ornamental fish breeding, rearing and culture. So It is under Dr. Balasaheb Sawant Konkan Krishi Vidyapit, Dapoli. This research station has given number of trainings, taken number of trainings and trained about 200 to 300 farmers in Sindhurga and Ratnagiri districts. Out of that, they have sampled about total 55 number of the ornamental fish entrepreneurs. And out of that, randomly 29 numbers of the ornamental fish entrepreneurs were selected for the study. And the study revealed that 79% were the male and 21% were the female. And all these ornamental fish activity, whatever was conducted, the primary source of these farmers was the ornamental fish culture. That was the livelihood culture nature. So with the help of Marine Product Export Development Authority, they have got the subsidy for this, and under this MPEDA subsidy, there are the government scheme which is having the scheme 1, 2, and 3. Scheme 1 is having the farmers under the scheme 1 have taken 11% farmers have taken the benefit under scheme 1, while 73% farmers have taken benefit under the scheme 2, and under scheme 3, 60% farmers have taken the benefit. Actually, 50% subsidy is given to the farmer and 90% bank loan is available, while the only 10% is the self investment. And the bank loan is given by the National Bank and the District Cooperative Bank. Now, the major expenditure under this unit is the non-recurring input and recurring input. Under non-recurring input, the building construction, cement cistern, then glass tank, racks, water supply pumps, blower, inverter, and freeze. These are the non-recurring inputs which are having the maximum cost, while under recurring input, the cost is very less. It is mainly for the natural food, that is live food and RTMF feed, and purchase of the broodstock and packaging material. Under live food, the main food the farmers which are using is the zooplankton, and that is cladocerans. And the artificial feed, that is dry feed used by the farmer, is the pellet. Mostly the farmer use the commercial prepared feed, that is shrimp feed, which is used by this farmer for the ornamental culture. The varieties which are used by these farmers are the two types of the varieties, that is live bearers and egg layers. Under live bearers, they are using guppy, moli, platy, and swordtail. While the egg layers, they are using goldfish, angel, gourami, silver dollar, Oscar. Silver dollar and Oscar, these are commercially high value fishes. And the live bearers, they are selling at the rate of 10 to 15 rupees per number, while egg layers, they are saying 20 to 30 numbers for goldfish, angel, and gourami, while silver dollar and Oscar can go for 15 rupees to 100 rupees at the smaller size. The monthly production, if we see under the three categories, that is grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. Under grade 1, the 750 to 1000 numbers are stocked in one system, while under category 2, 2500 to 300 number, and under category 7000 to 10,000 numbers. And what we have observed in among these farmers, the farmers are earning monthly income ranging from 30,000 to the 50,000 per month, and now they are self-sufficient because of these ornamental activities. So these were the survey taken by our research station under College of Fisheries Ratnagiri and our zonal research station, Marine Biological Research Station, Ratnagiri. Thank you very much.
Jagtap sir. Jagtap sir, please declare the session. Jagtap sir. Unmute yourself first and Jagtap sir. Jagtap sir. Jagtap sir. Am I audible, Jagtap sir?
Yes, yes. Yes. So can we give some chance to other remaining? Yes, sir.
Sir, we are already running out of
Sir
time.
Jagtap sir, please conclude the session.
Can we? Yes. Okay. 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 Good evening, all of you. First of all, I'm very much thank you all of you and organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. So in oral presentations, 11 presenter are there. Out of that, 8 papers are presented in oral presentations. In poster presentations, so out of 11, 3 papers are okay. In poster presentations, 5 papers are presented. So all the presentation was very nice. All of they are really trying to best on their levels, and all in different areas they have worked and presenting here. So I am congratulate all of the presenter, poster as well as oral presenter. Now, okay. Finally, I am thank you to organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to express sincere thanks on behalf of the convener, Ms. Dr. Prabha Chitrakar, Madam, being a chairperson of this poster presentation. And also express my sincere thanks to Dr. Jagtap sir of being a co-chairperson for this session. Thanks to all.
Should I say?
Yes, madam. You want to say
Something
something? Okay. You may, madam.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the main organizer, Sundara Salanki Mahavidyalaya, for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. And my special thanks goes to Dr. Rajkumar Power sir, who is always with me continuously before and during this conference. And this 2 days international webinar, I found very successful, excellent, and fruitful too. So I'd like to congratulate the main organizer as well as the associate organizer, JESA, ARBF, and my society, NEQUAS. And I'd like to wish the Sundara Salanko Mahavidyalaya to continue the same type of fruitful conference in the near future also, and as well as the other organizer team like the ABRF, JESA, and I wish my society also. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you all the participants.
Thank you.
Now I would like to move. Yes, please. Shall I move further, sir? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I welcome you all once again for the valedictory function of this 2-day international web conference on recent advantage in freshwater aquaculture. For this valedictory function, we feel honored to have the chief guest, Professor Dr. B.B. Vaikar, Dean, Faculty of Science, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. We have the chairperson for this function, Professor S.N. Lab, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. We feel honored to have the guest, Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar Pangrahi, Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Buda, West Bengal, India. We feel honored to have Professor Dr. C.J. Hure, former Sericulture Director, Government of Maharashtra, Department of Zoology, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. We are happy to have Professor Dr. A.K. Verma, Head, Department of Zoology, Government, PG College, Prayag from Uttar Pradesh. We also feel happy to have Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Assistant Commissioner, Fishery Department, Government of Maharashtra, Pune. Then we have the Dr. Vanita Shukla ma'am, who is going to declare ABRF award. We have Dr. Sunita Arya. She is going to declare the award of GESA. With this, I would like to call upon Dr. A.K. Verma sir for overall conference, introduction of the conference. May I request Navin sir to have the audio clip of Professor Dr. A.K. Verma sir. May I request Navin sir to play.
May I introduce our revered personality, who is an institution in himself, better known as Man of Awards and Honors. Yes, Man of Awards and Honors.
Navin sir? Hello? Navin sir?
टच करून बघा ते क्लिपला येवा लागले.
Navin sir? Am I audible, Navin sir?
Yes. ओके सर अभी करता मैं यार. ओके सर पहला अवार्ड.
That too mostly being on national and international platforms. Moreover, he has written and published 7 books. He is actively participating in more than 100 national and international conferences, seminars, workshops, and delivered invited lectures as well as presented the research papers. Started new tradition of gifting plants on birthdays, marriage anniversaries, and gifts during conferences with the motto of clean and green environment. These awards, achievements, and accolades marks the success of his life based on entire lifetime of efforts, devotion, commitment, hard work, and selfless service. किसी को हो न सका उसके कद का अंदाजा, वो आसमां था हमेशा झुक के चलता था. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. A.K. Verma with a huge round of applause. Dr. A.K. Verma.
I think it's uh, it's our duty to perform the award ceremony first. So, admin is requested to proceed the award ceremony as per schedule. Yes. One, I think.
Naveen sir. Naveen sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Vinita Shukla.
Yes, sir. Tell me what happened.
Sir, have you get the list of awards?
Yes, there are 3 awards.
Is there Dr. Vanita Shukla, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
I'm there.
please declare the ABRF award, please. Over
Sure.
to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So एशियन बायोलॉजिकल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन उसके अवार्ड्स में घोषित कर रही हूँ। इलाहाबाद के फेमस जूलॉजिस्ट जो प्रोफेसर वीसी श्रीवास्तव हैं, उनकी अध्यक्षता में ये शिक्षक दिवस के अवसर पर 9 फाउंडेशन मेंबर्स के साथ दिस एसोसिएशन वाज फॉर्म्ड, दिस ABRF, and we are more than 300 members are there, and we just 20 life members, they were applied, but only 12 were selected for this prestigious award from our ABRF. So let me declare ABRF Awards 2021. So first I'm going to declare ABRF Lifetime Achievement Award, which is the highest award of ABRF, which is given after 57 years of age. This award goes to Dr. Brahmapurikar Pradeep Baburao, Department of Zoology, SS Mahavidyalaya, Mujalgaon, District Beat, Maharashtra. So congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
Now, fellowship of ABRF, that is FABRF. The receiver, he or she may write FABRF after his or her name as suffix. The fellowship awards is going to 4 persons. Professor V.S. Sambekar, Head Department of Zoology and Fishery Science, RS Autonomous College, Latur, Maharashtra. Dr. Pawar Rajkumar Tukuram, Head Department of Zoology, SS Mahavidyalaya, Mujalgaon, District Beat. Third, it is going to Dr. Prashant Kumar, Pandit Dev Joshi, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Adarsh Education Society, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Hingoli, Maharashtra. And the fourth one is Dr. Praveen Shamrao Kharat, Department
I think there is some internet issue. Professor Vanita Shukla madam is not audible. Naveen sir.
Yes, sir.
Is she finished his award?
Yeah, she finished. Yes, she finished her ABRF
She,
award.
okay. She,
Admin ji, please make co-host to AKV. Search the AKV and make co-host AKV.
यांना co-host करा म्हणतात ते.
Sir, AKV now is co-host.
Madam, now you can declare first award. Professor Benita madam. Hello.
Oh, I got on mute actually.
Okay, madam.
They muted me actually, na? So this ABRF Lifetime Achievement Award, it is first one. It is Dr. Brahmpurikar Pradeep Baburao. So he is professor at Department of Zoology, Sundarrao S. Mahavidyalaya, Malagaon. So this is going as Achievement Award. Now next it is Fellowship Award, Professor V.S. Sambekar, R.S. College, Latur. Next one, it goes to Dr. P.R. Tukuram, SS Mahavidyalaya, Mujalgaon, District Beat. Yes. Next is Dr. Prashant Kumar Pandit Dev Joshi, AE Society Arts, Commerce and Science College, Hingoli. Next one, Dr. Parveen S. Kharat, Nutan Mahavidyalaya, Selu, District Parbhani. Yes. So congratulations to all fellowship holders. Now I would like to declare ABRF Excellence Award for Zoological Research. It is going to Dr. Deepak M. Gaikwad, Head Department of Zoology, RS Arts, Commerce and Science College, Pathri, Aurangabad. Next one, Dr. Ravindra Yadav Bhandare. He is at Department of Zoology, Mahatma Gandhi Vidya Mandir, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Sarguna, District Nasik. Next award, it is for Eminent Entomologist Award, which is bestowed upon Dr. B.Y. Malahari. He is from Nana Saheb YNC ASC College, Chhattisgarh, Jalgaon. Innovative Biotechnologist Award, it is bestowed upon Dr. Humaria Rani. She is at Department of Biotechnology, Khandelwal College of Management and Science Technology, Bareilly. Yes, Innovative Biotechnology Award. Next one, it is Vigyan Ratna Puruskar. It is going to Dr. Deshpande Praveen Arvind Rao, Department of Zoology, SS Mahavidyalaya, Mazalgaon, District Beat. Next is Paryavaran Shri Samman to Dr. H.N. Leoa, Department of Fruit Science, College of Horticulture, SD Agriculture University, Jagudan, District Mehsana, Gujarat. And the last one, it is the Young Scientist Award, which is going to Dr. Ravikant Pathak, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Kutir Post PG College, Chakke, Jaunpur, Uttar Pradesh. So congratulations to all the awardees of ABRF. And I hope the more and more entries will be there next time so that we can best of them with their good work and unka samman kar sake. We can have that credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanita Shukla madam, and congratulate all the winners Now I would like to move further. I invite Dr. Sunita Arya. She is Secretary GESA New Delhi and Geologist DGPG College Kanpur for declaration of GESA Annual Awards. Dr. Sunita Arya, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A very good evening to all of you. My hearty congratulations to all organizers, especially Department of Geology, MSP Mandal Mahavidyalaya, Mazalgaon, Beed, for successful organization of web conference on recent advances in freshwater aquaculture. Area Secretary, membership of yesterday, as my discussed about the work of JESA in details, I want to tell you JESA is publishing a journal, and in that journal 4 issues are also mentioned, and in 4 issues there are 52 articles, and the citation of that is more than 200. Great pleasure. Currently in 5th are published, and 5 consideration of under publication, because that are finalized by our editorial board, and we have received 10 papers consideration and in review process. So I am requesting to all of you, we are publishing the paper in free of cost, but there is a condition: if that paper quality, and that will selected by our reviewer or editorial board, we are publishing free of cost. And our journal have so many categorization and index journal, peer reviewed journal. So I am requesting to participate and give your suggestions also in our esteemed journal. Now it is the time for our award ceremony. So now it is the who are working in field of science, education, society and environment. JESA is also awarding for these people, and we are feeling honored to felicitate to Dr. Ashutosh Kumar Panigrahi. Dr. Ashutosh Kumar Panigrahi. He is a Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Bardhaman, West Bengal. Dr. Ashutosh Panigrahi. For the conservation of nature and natural resources, we are providing Lal Bahadur Shastri Global Award for Biodiversity. And award goes to Dr. Jagdish Vashant Patil, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, Dada Saheb Rawal College, Dondiacha District, Dhule, Maharashtra. Congratulations, sir. डॉक्टर जगदीश वसंत पाटिल सर, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई हो. आर नेक्स्ट अवार्डी इज डॉक्टर अनिल मधुकर राव खोले, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी, बी रंगनाथ आर्ट कॉमर्स एंड साइंस कॉलेज, परभनी. Dr. Lal Bahadur Shastri Global Award for Biodiversity, and this award is goes for conservation of nature and natural resources. Congratulations, sir. Our next award is Sardar Patel Global Award for Social Awareness in field of public awareness for the conservation of nature. स्कूल, आसनाबाद, कोडरमा, झारखंड. Prashenjit Hajra, congratulations, sir. You are doing a lot in field of our public awareness. You are in school, public school, still you are doing a lot, and you are with us. Our next award is Best Faculty Award for Teaching Innovation. This award is for innovation in teaching methodology. Dr. Hema Digambar Rao, B. Raghunath Arts, Commerce and Hatra, Ma Digambar Rao, Makne. Our next award is Innovative Educationist Award in field of new methodology in education also. And award goes to Miss Yashodhara Betwal Parasai, Assistant Professor Dhoka, Lalitpur, Kathmandu. Yashodhara Betwal. These are our 6 awards. There are so many we are selecting in. There are some notes. First of all, congratulations to all awardees. Your award certificate in your mailbox, and you will receive its hard copy and high quality memento by speed post in February 2021. It's mandatory for all awardees to send hard copy of your duly filled JSA Life membership form and award application form to our office. Address is mentioned on website jsa.org.in, and your certificate and memento will be dispatched only when our office received your fill form. We received 10 awards application, but only 5 are selected by our executive councils of JSA. Congratulations to all. हम लोग पहले से ही बहुत देर हो चुकी है, इसलिए मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय ना लूँगी. आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और हमारी तरफ से सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई. आप लोगों को हमारे जैसा के प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़ने के लिए, और निश्चय ही जानिए कि हम लोग पूरे भारतवर्ष में अपने सभी सदस्यों को जो है हमारे भारतवर्ष से पूरे कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक हमारे सभी सदस्य हैं, ईस्ट वेस्ट नॉर्थ साउथ सभी जगह पर. और जब ये हमारा वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म के बाद जब हम लोग वाकई में साक्षात रूप से मिलेंगे तो हम समझते हैं कि हम सभी एक दूसरे को देखेंगे, जानेंगे, और तब तक के लिए हम सभी को अपना नमस्कार कहते हैं. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Sunita ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the awardees. Now this is time to, on behalf of Global Local Environment and Social Association in New Delhi, is going to also award, having some awards. So
Nepal Aquaculture Society.
Okay, sorry. Now, on behalf of Nepal Aquaculture Society, Kathmandu, Nepal, may I request Professor Lapsa to award, to declare the award of this institution.
Okay.
Professor D.N. Lapsa.
Thank you, sir. Nepal Aquaculture Society feeling proud to announce the Fellowship of Nepal Aquaculture Society, a highly prestigious fellowship award to the leading and founder leader of ABRF and JSA, Professor Dr. A.K. Barma, sir. May I? Yes. Similarly, the FNAS Fellowship Award confers to Dr. Sadhguru Prakash, the Executive Secretary of Asian Biological Research Foundation, ABRF, Prayagraj. The FNAS Award goes to Dr. Sunita Arya, Executive Secretary of Global Environment and Social Association, JSA, New Delhi. All these 3 dignified personalities are the gems of any activities among us, and we are lucky to be together always in any academic activities. I personally congratulate to all of them. Thank you very much. Nepal Aquaculture Society always feeling proud to remember this moment that these dignitaries and these highly personality friends, we are together in the beginning of this 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now,
and
yes, sir.
May I have a few words to say, because the award we have finished, I think, more or less, and I want to say few words from my side, from the Nepal Aquaculture Society, with the due permission of the organizing committee, if yes.
Thank you, sir. Now there is the prize from Sundarrao Solanki Mahavidyalaya. I would like to request the convener, Dr. VP Pawar, to declare the oral, RT Pawar, sir, to declare oral and poster presentation prizes. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, good evening, sir. In last day as well as today, the oral and poster presentations awards declared by our institute. First of all, the oral presentation awards goes to first prize in oral presentations, Geeta Bhusa Kharel from Nepal. Second oral presentation award goes to Dr. Ravindra V. Sirsagar. Congratulations, Dr. Ravindra V. Sirsagar. Dr. Asera Bano. Third prize goes to into a oral presentation awards. Now I declare here the poster presentation awards. First prize goes to Dr. Prakash E. Singare. Second prize goes to Dr. Sadavarte VR. And third prize goes to SB Satams. So congratulations to all of oral presenters and poster presenters on behalf of organizing committee of RAFA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to proceed further. Now, may I call upon the chief guest of this valedictory function, Professor Dr.
Sir,
yes.
I have to speak. Yes, sir. Yes. Please, sir. Yeah, I think you don't remember me to. Okay, sir. No mention, please.
I'm going.
Anyhow, thank you, sir, and Sadar Namaste to all of you from globally famed sacred Sangam Nagari, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Here we are connected with one another online and can see from a long distance, that is, we are in fact observing Doordarshan. We are connected with one another through Doordarshan. First of all, I would like to salute the chief guest of today's valedictory session, Professor V.V. Vaikar sir, Dean, Baba Sahab Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Chairperson, Dr. S.N. Lav, our elder brother, good senior friend, patron of ABRF, and professor of Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Professor Ashish Kumar Pandrehi, world famed geologist, Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Burdwan, West Bengal, Professor C.J. Tiwale, ex-director, Sericulture, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Assistant Commissioner, Fishery Department, Government of Maharashtra. After that, I would like to congratulate all the awardees who just got the appropriate recognition from the well-reputed academic societies, JESHA and ABRF. Dear awardees, receiving award means bearing more responsibilities. Now all the awardees have to perform bigger responsibilities in comparison to normal people. With more enthusiasm, absolute devotion, and dedication for the larger interest of the society, environment, and country. Professor Binita Shukla is a motivator and think tank of both JESHA and ABRF. She just completed her assigned duties very efficiently. Honorable President of ABRF, Professor B.C. Srivastava, Patron of ABRF, Professor S.N. Lab, and myself, Dr. A.K. Verma, as Honorary Secretary of ABRF, unanimously decided to honor Professor Shukla with second highest honor of ABRF, that is Fellowship of ABRF. Ma'am, now you are Professor Binita Shukla, FABRF. Kindly accept the honor, ma'am. Honorees are requested to display the award. Congratulations, ma'am, and thank you for accepting the honor. You are the true and real gems of ABRF. But just wait for 1 minute. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Up just the award is displaying. Please wait.
Okay.
Dr. Shunita Arya, Secretary JESHA from Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Prasenjit Hajra, my friend, fellow JESHA from Kodarma, Jharkhand. And Dr. Shandeep Arya, fellow JESHA from Jhansi, Uttar Pradesh, nicely represented the JESHA on this international online platform. Similarly, Dr. Nazia Rasul Latifi, fellow ABRF from Jammu, Dr. Wahid Kamal Balwan, my friend, fellow ABRF, Doda, Jammu Kashmir, and founder member of excellently represented the ABR intellectuals. Heartiest congratulations to this galaxy. All of you are our family and core team members. You have the able potential and moral responsibility to enhance both the families in terms of members. And of course, you all are doing well. And I am confident that you all will do well in future too. New awardees are now our family members, and we will work further not only for our mutual benefit but also for environment and society. All the new awardees have to play a moral significant role to expand both the societies in your own respective areas, vicinities, and domains. Dear friends, yesterday was 21st day of 21st year of the 21st century. It was wonderful coincidence that our International Web Conference RAFA 2021 was started in that historic day. Professor S.N. La from Nepal, Professor Vinay Kumar Chakravarti from Bangladesh, both are our best friends. Both these are prominent signature and big stalwart in their respective fields. They leave no stone unturned in making all the conferences successful if I, Dr. A.K. Verma, is involved. They didn't deny any humble request from my side and always stand to cooperate. Really, I am lucky in having such a team of intellectuals of similar thoughts. Hats off, sir. In nutshell, we can conclude that this conference was fruitful, meaningful, successful, and all attendees got the innovative benefits, including ideological enrichment that maybe proved a milestone in making the India self-reliant in the field of food and nurture. The whole credit of this successful conference goes to MSP members Sundar Rao, Solanki Mahavidyalaya, Majilgaon, Bid, Maharashtra, and for the errors, mistakes, and inconvenience If any, I take myself the responsibility with due apology. I would like to congratulate the competent organizing team led by Dr. R.T. Pawar, convener RAFA 2021 and co-convener Dr. P.V. Brahmapurikar under the able guidance of Professor V.P. Pawar, respected principal of the college. Dr. R.T. Pawar has now become a reputed member of our core team. Congratulations, Dr. Pawar. Last but not least, I would like to appreciate Dr. V.S. Sembikar, Head Department of Zoology, Rajar Shahu Mahavidyalaya, Latur, Maharashtra, who coordinated all of us in order to organize this international web conference. I salute you, sir. Best regards, sir. Best regards. Dr. Shadguru Prakash, my best friend, fellow of ABRF, my lovely wife, Dr. Meenka Verma, and our 50 to 60 esteemed members who spared their valuable time to grace the conference are hereby appreciated and acknowledged. I also acknowledge the gracious presence of Dr. Prabha Chitrakar, Dr. Rachana Prasad, Yashodhara Prashai, all from Nepal, Dr. Sheikh Yasmin from Aurangabad, Sushmita Srivastava from Basti, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Anu Prasanna from Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Nitin Sinde, Kopargaon, Dr. Mahendra Kumar Tiwari from Shatna, Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Amita Srivastava from Kanpur, Dr. Reza Ajwani from Jammu Kashmir. Dear friends, I would like to share that I have started a new tradition to gift plants during birthday and marriage anniversary celebrations since 2017. The same tradition is followed and continued with esteemed guests, invited speakers, and awardees also during physical conference since then. I humbly request that the tradition of gifting plants and minimum application of single-used plastic must be adopted by each and everyone and should be followed everywhere. With this, we can contribute a little in the conservation, preservation, and maintenance of biodiversity, water, pollution-free environment, nature, not for present existing generation, but also for forthcoming generation with sustainable development. It's our motto to promote global thought and local action ideology in environmental and social issues. Let's start our best effort to clean and green the environment for ecological balance. With the lines of famous poet Harivansh Rai Bachchan, father of Millennium Star Amitabh Bachchan, from Allahabad, now Prayagraj, I would like to conclude. लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती, कुछ किए बिना ही जय जयकार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती। धन्यवाद आप सभी लोगों को, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आज इस मंच के माध्यम से एक और बात आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं कि जो भी हमारे मेंबर बने हुए हैं, जो अवार्डीज हैं, अगर उनको नियर फ्यूचर में कोई जरूरत पड़ी तो हम सभी पूरा जो दोनों सोसाइटीज का और नेपाल की सोसाइटी का जो साथ है वो हमेशा मिलेगा। ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, बीपी पवार सर को और उनके सम्मानित प्राचार्य जी जो कल से हम देख रहे हैं कि वो निरंतर जमे हुए हैं, आपका भी इस मंच से एक बार प्रणाम, धन्यवाद, आभार।
Thank you.
Over to organizer.
Thank you, Verma sir. Now, I would like to call upon to read out the report of this international conference. May I request Dr. Brahmapurikar sir to read the report of the seminar.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all. These are the dying moments of two-day international conference organized by Sundarrao Solanke Mahavidyalaya, Mazalgaon district, Bid, Maharashtra. I am here for the reading of two-day international conference summary. When we started for organizing this particular event. We had a contact with Dr. S.N. Lab from Nepal. He, by himself, has agreed and given consent to have a collaboration with Nepal Aquaculture Association, and also permitted us for the logo of Nepal Aquaculture. Secondly, the JESA, Global Environment and Social Association, and ABRF, Asian Biological Research Foundation. This conference was in joint venture with Nepal Aquaculture, JESA, and ABRF. So I want to remark here that each and every patron who were connected with us since beginning, they have a lion-hearted share in this particular success of our two-day international conference. We begin last day at 3 p.m. for the inaugural function of two-day international conference. The inaugural function was started at 3 p.m. and we were honored by Dr. N.N. Mandela, who is the director of UGC HRDC, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He inaugurated by his auspicious hands, and we were having our chief patron, our president of MSP Mandals, Honorable MLA Prakash Solanke. He was the chairperson of the opening ceremony. After that, a keynote address was given by Professor Shyam Narayan Lal from Tribhuvan University, Nepal, Kathmandu. We were having many patrons for two-day plenary sessions. Dr. Sandeep Arya, who is the fellow of JESA, and he is the ex-head of Institute of Environmental and Development Studies, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. Then we had Nazia Latifi Madam. She is from Cluster University, Jammu Kashmir. These both patrons, they introduced about JESA and ABRF. After that, a plenary session started in which Dr. Wahid K. Balwan, who is the fellow of Asian Biological Research Foundation, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. Then second plenary session was held by Dr. Prasenjit Hazra. He is a fellow of Glacial Environment and Social Association, that is JESA, Kodarma, Jharkhand. After that, at 5:50, after the end of these plenary session, at 5:50 p.m., oral and poster presentation started, wherein as many as 500 participants they got registered in this two-day international conference. And for first day oral presentation, we were having 24 participants, and for postal presentations, we were having 11 participants. And I specially underline here one thing, that the participants who joined our conference, they were from abroad: Nepal, Bangladesh, Australia, Iran, China, Philippines, and Pakistan, and definitely our host country from India. And we, due to short of time, we were not in a position to allow poster presentation and oral presentation, because actually we started at 3 p.m. and time was passing away and away. So I should say sorry to those young researchers. We could not give them much more time. Then in the second day plenary session, we had very chief patrons. A keynote address was given by Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi, who is heading as a Pro Vice Chancellor, Bardwan University, West Bengal. Then Dr. Sandeep Arya, Dr. Vishwas Shambekar, Professor Binay K. Chakravarti from Bangladesh, and Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Assistant Commissioner Fisheries. They have contributed their own academic academic level contributions at these plenary session on the second day, and after we have just finished valedictory function wherein various awards were given on national and international level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to Deshmukh sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, this is time for the address of chief guest. Professor Vaikar sir is joined. May I request Dr. Vaikar sir, Dean, Faculty of Science, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, to deliver his address.
Okay,
Professor
thank
Vaikar,
you.
sir.
Good evening to everyone. Principal and Chief Organizer of International Conference, Dr. V.B. Pawar sir, Convener, Dr. R.T. Pawar sir, Dr. Asian Lav, Founder President, Kathmandu, Nepal, Dr. Menka Verma, General Secretary, New Delhi, and all my friends. Firstly, I congratulate Principal of Sundarrao Solunki Mahavidyalaya Mazalgaon and his team for organization of such an international conference on recent advances in freshwater aquaculture. I am very much thankful to organizer for this conference for inviting me as a chief guest for valedictory function. The theme of international conference is relevant to today's problem is concerned, because we are very much aware that before the development of technology, early man lived in small tribes, groups. These men were nomads and constantly moves to one new place for his basic need. He is fighting for basic needs like cloth, food, and shelter. At that time, there was no sign of pollution, because that nomad man is very close to nature. At that time, air, water was pure and the soil was fertile. Biodiversity is rich, which provides the various services. But after the development of technology, man has developed a technology, and by developing a technology, he increased agricultural production and developed many sectors. It has made his life happier and more comfortable by using a technology. But at the contrary, at that time, the population is increased in a snowfall rate. But other hand, they have also given us very serious problem. As the population is increased, ultimately there is a burden on the technology to develop, to increase, to fulfill the need of that population. And due to the development of technology, at that time, we are now facing the many problems like pollution. That may be air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, and another major problem, that is the loss of biodiversity. But as loss of biodiversity that ultimately affect so many component. Hello. Hello.
Ji sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Yes, sir. Please carry on. You are audible, sir.
Hello.
Sir, please continue, sir.
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. I will continue. We are now fighting the problem for pure air, pure water, quality food, soil fertility. The today's condition is like that. Man is sitting in sea and crying water, water, water. Everywhere is water, but there is no single drop of water to drink. And therefore, my suggestion is that the today's need is that to develop a eco-friendly technology to conserve the nature, ultimately to conserve the component of ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to call upon the chairperson of this valedictory function, Professor S.N. Lab, sir, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. Over to you, sir. Professor S.N. Lab, sir. S.N. Lab, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. B.B. Walker, Dean, Faculty of Science, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Guest of honors, Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar Panigrahi, Pro Vice Chancellor, the University of Bardhaman, West Bengal. Professor Dr. C.J. Hiware, former Sericulture Director, Government of Maharashtra, Department of Zoology, Dr. BAM University, Aurangabad. Dr. Abhay Deshpande, Assistant Commissioner, Fisheries Department, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. V.P. Pawar, Principal, Sundar Solanke, Mahavidyalay, Majalgaon District, Bid, Maharashtra. Dr. R.T. Pawar, Convener, and Dr. P.B. Brahmapurikar, Co-Convener, RAFA 2021. Professor Dr. A.K. Burma, Department of Zoology, Government PG College, Saidabad, Prayagraj. Professor Dr. Biswas S. Sembekar, Head, Department of Zoology, Rajarshi Sahu Mahavidyalay, Latur. Participants, friends, students, ladies and gentlemen. Even as thanking the organizing committee members of RAFA 21 for inviting me to address this special session, I want to express my gratitude to all the participants who are with us since yesterday from inaugural session of this International Web Conference on recent advances in freshwater aquaculture, RAFA 2021. I think it timely that the RAFA 2021 has thought it necessary to devote this special session to fisheries and aquaculture in the context of growing importance of the harvest from the waters of the earth, both from inland waters in helping people to enjoy their right to food and achieve the elimination of hunger. Fisheries is a subject very close to me, coming from my graduation during 1980, where from the ages past, large segments of our friends have made it their sole livelihood and do so today too. Among the important experiences I have is the period I am serving as the president of Nepal Aquaculture Society since 2010, when I was able to work with and for fishers and fish farmers. It is then that I saw and understood the challenges they face and both proposed and introduced my changes for the betterment of their industry and livelihoods. Where necessary, we gave free consultancies to those engaged in fishing and aquaculture activities in Nepal. We have taken a variety of measures to improve their livelihoods. We initiated a move to provide them with housing. This is the largest single private and non-profit organization in the country, and even introduced a life membership and fellowship facilities for them. Today, I continue to act to protect the rights and safety of the fishers and to ensure equity and welfare of the people employed in fisheries and aquaculture. This is a clear recognition of aquaculture as a main source of fish and human food, and its growing importance as a food producing sector. Dear friends, in the context of the ever diminishing access to food supplies for the vast mass of people, fisheries and aquaculture are today faced with increasing problems of expansion, marketing, and standards. Those worst affected by this are the small-scale fish farmers, with the threat faced by them no different to what is faced by those engaged in agriculture in other countries. Nepal Aquaculture Society, and I am sure, is actually aware of the fundamental social and economic role played by these two sectors in meeting global and national sustainable food security, providing self and paid employment for fishing and aquaculture related communities as a means of alleviating poverty in these fishing communities and helping to stop rural urban drift, as well as contributing to national and international trade and gathering national income. Achieving these social and economic goals require fisheries and aquaculture to be responsibly managed. Very importantly, this implies preventing overfishing, promoting sustainable aquaculture, coordination, and delivering of effective research and extension and the employment of people, especially women. Today, the food fish industry can be separated in two main activities. One is that of capture fisheries in the land, waters, and other is aquaculture in inland, coastal, and marine environments. My own country, Nepal, is a landlocked nation that has a combination of both cold water flow through aquaculture system and inland capture fisheries activities. Fisheries is a part of life of a large segment of our population. Yet the communities engaged in fisheries, mainly in the Himalayan region, are generally less privileged and economically disadvantaged. This is a situation that has challenged planners and government for many decades, and it is our determination to make this a thing of the past. Fisheries and aquaculture have a small history in Nepal compared to many Asian countries. Nepal today does not come even within the first 20 countries in the world in food fish production. Yet it is an important sector in our economy, contributing 3% to GDP. We believe this could be improved. The policies of our government makes provision for fisheries to contribute to increasing growth of the economy, hopefully taking it to double-digit growths. Friends, in a largely rural-based society, we see in aquaculture many opportunities for low-income earners to diversify their livelihoods to obtain a larger income. I think it is also time for us to give a serious consideration to the establishment of Global Collaborative Research Center, GCRC, the aim of which will be to bring together the researchers and farmers, servicing community, and the private sector that invest in aquaculture under a single global organization to be managed by us. I commend this proposal for the consideration of all of you who are eager to see the rapid advance of aquaculture to take its due place of importance with fisheries. I congratulate all the team members of RAFA 2021 for the guidance they have given to this very important web conference, which is playing a significant role in a world that is taxing its resources each day, and wish all success in the future. Thank you very much again and again and again to the organizing committee who gave me the opportunity to say and share a few words in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lab sir. Thank you very much. I would like to put on record, as being a language teacher, I have been enjoying this seminar since inaugural function. Of being a vegetarian, I am in dilemma, be non-vegetarian. With this remark, before I take my leave of you, I would like to invite convener of this event, Dr. R.T. Pawar, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee of recent advances in freshwater aquaculture, it's our pleasure to host all the participants of the conference at MSP Mandal Sundara Solanke Mahavidyalaya, Mazalgaon. The participants were very enthusiastic. I am thankful to all the participants for attending the conference. We have been fortunate to have some of the eminent persons from academia, industry, and utility working in the area of aquaculture. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending the international event. On behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf, I express a deep appreciation for the support and encouragement provided by the three academic research bodies as Nepal Aquaculture Society, Kathmandu, Nepal, Global Environment and Social Associations, New Delhi, and Asian Biological Research Foundation, Prayagraj, UP, India. Honestly, I have no words strong enough to express my gratitude to Professor Dr. Shyam Narayan Lab sir, who is a founder, president of Nepal Aquaculture Society, senior professor and head of Campus Research Committee at Emirate Campus, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu. He has been a constant supporter and real performer of his responsibilities. Thank you, sir. I express my thanks to Dr. Prabha Chitrakar Madam for sparing her valuable time for collecting and handling all the processes of registration from Nepal, also accepting chairperson in oral and poster presentation session. We highly appreciate of the leadership, encouragement, and extensive support provided by Dr. A.K. Verma sir, Head Department of Zoology, Government PG College, Sadiabad, Prayagraj, India, and Chief Editor of International Journal of Biological Innovation to establish the collaboration of this international event. I express my thanks to Dr. Menka Verma, General Secretary of Global Environment and Social Associations and General Secretary of Asian Biological Research Foundations for smooth handling this international event. I am thankful to Dr. Sadhguru Prakash for sparing his valuable time despite busy schedule in order to lay down the foundation and provide the context for deliberation during the international conference. I will be failing in my duty if I do not underline a very important role played and the tireless efforts made by Dr. Sandeep Arya sir and Dr. Najia ma'am. It has been a real pleasure to work with these very fine and capable gentlemen. I would like to put on record our sincere thanks to Dr. Viswas Sembekar sir of being a patron of the conference. Due to his valuable guidance, we are able to organize this international event. Thank you, sir. I am thankful to Honorable MLA Prakash Dada Solonke, President of MSP Mandal, for his kind presence as a chairperson at inaugural function. I thank to our chief patrons, Secretary, Honorable Satish Bhau Chavan, Advocate Sri Bhanudas Duck, and other College Development Committee member for their constant support and motivation. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. N. Bandela, sir, Professor Dr. S.N. Lab, Professor Dr. A.K. Verma, and Professor Dr. Vishwas Sembekar, sir, for kindly accepting our invitations and grace the conference. I am also thankful Dr. B.B. Vaikar, sir, for accepting our invitations and be the chief guest for the valedictory function, and our guest of honors, Professor Ashish Kumar Panigri, sir, as well as Professor Dr. C.J. Hivre, sir, Mr. Abhay Deshpande, sir, for gracing the valedictory function. I am also thankful to our principal, Dr. V.P. Pawar, sir, for his constant encouragement and provided all the facilities required for this conference. I thank all plenary speakers, the invited speakers, especially Professor Binay Chakraborty, sir, Dr. Sandeep Arya, Dr. Wahid K. Balwan, Dr. Prasanjit Hazara, and the delegates for their enthusiastic participations in this international event. May I thanks also go to all the people who have given their precious time in organizing this event. In particular, I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Gulbile Shamsundar, Dr. Praveen Deshpande, co-convener RAFA 2021, Dr. Tanvir Pathan, and Dr. H.S. Jagtap for managing media circulations of this event. I sincere thanks to Dr. S.B. Deshmukh and Dr. P.B. Brahmapurikar for coordinating all the sessions of this 2 days international event. I'm thankful to Mr. Navin Shah and his team, also our college staff member, Mr. Vijay Asalkar, for handling smoothly technical issue of Zoom platform. I am also thankful to all the research scholars, colleagues, our staff members, as well as media persons who have greatly helped us in organizing the conference. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this conference as a successful event. And here I declare that 2 days international conference is over. Lastly, we will stand for the national anthem. Thank you.
Please play the national anthem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. Sir, bola.
Thanks to one and all the guest dignitaries. I must thank to Professor Navin sir for coordinating this whole international conference. He has been always in such a position. Basically, he has to dance on he has to dance differently on a same tune. Thank you very much, Naveen sir, for handling this seminar technically. Thank you very much, sir.